Narcissus, Medusa, Epasos, Ashalalala, Susus, Minerva, Ecobubus. I love it when you couscous. Aphrodite, Ventus, Chaos, Dionysus, Hera, Hermes, Icarus, Narcissus, Medusa, Epasos, Ashalalala, Susus, Minerva, Ecobubus. I love it when you couscous. Aphrodite, Ventus, Cuscus, Hera, Hermes, Icarus, I love Aphrodite, Ventus, Cuscus, Hera, Hermes, Icarus, I love it when you couscous, love it when you couscous, love it when you couscous, couscous, couscous.
Good morning, everybody, or good afternoon, or good evening, depending on where you are. Here it's definitely morning, here it's bright-eyed and early, and here it's me, Fluke, alongside Demo. Say hi, Demo.
Hi, Demo.
Now say, are we going to have a great time today?
Are we going to have a great time today?
Thank you for asking. We are. You're right, we're back here with APAC North, the opening playdate, and I mean, what a fun region. I love Korean Siege. I've been a Fearex fan. We call ourselves Fanxers for the longest time we've covered this region. But obviously, with the great international performances, with how it's grown, with how they've been competitive this year, I just want to get myself stuck in for more and more of it. And, hey, what do we have ahead of us today? Am I ready to throw things in towards graphics? What do you think, Demo?
It's not me who does that job. I do the talking.
I made it look like you did just throw that graphic up, though. No, that was not Demo. That was our wonderful producer, Chris. We are here with our schedule today, opening up with Mere Gaming versus CAG, Scars, Enderforce 36, Fearex versus Kino Trip Gaming, and PSG Talent versus D plus Kia. Where are your eyes, apart from the fourth game?
Probably the third game. I think I'm on the same lines as you with Fearex, a team which has impressed me time and time again. I think just globally as well, I think they've got the recognition and also the respect from a lot of other teams, like obviously Korea, Japan, maybe regions that we don't see perform all too well whenever it comes to international play, and a lot of the bigger regions would probably just kind of discard them if they were up against them. That was the kind of running trend for the longest of time. Certainly Reload, I think, changed the ideas of a lot of teams there. We've seen obviously FearX perform very, very well, KAG especially well, getting into that grand final. So I think this region, APAC North, Reload was really, really good for them, just to get them back up in the standings and get everyone thinking about these teams again.
Well, in the immortal words of Britney Spears, gimme, gimme more. Let's have a look at our first roster here. So we got ourselves. I feel like that joke was wasted on you, Demo.
I'll be honest, I'm clenching my fist in sheer anger.
Because you're not a Britney Spears, and you were always a Christina Aguilera girly.
I'm looking at my door. I'm ready to what?
Riveting. Luca, Guard, Naps, and Coupe. Now, there has been a couple of changes on the board here. Coupe and Luca are new, but there's also been changes behind the scenes as well. Cooley is the new head coach. They have a new assistant head coach, I believe, as well, whose name, unfortunately, I don't have written down, but you're out there. We'll get you. And, I mean, how do you think this roster is going to be able to handle themselves?
Well, obviously, it's a little bit of a different face than maybe what players, or sorry, what teams you would have been looking at last year. You know, I remember that this Mirror Gaming team, we had Sloth and we had Blur playing in it not too long ago. But yeah, I think there obviously is going to be options for them.
Well, the options they're up against today, only one, because that's how Playday works. Cyclops Osaka, as they are some of the fan favorites here, and, well, they are going to be setting themselves in. Didi, the one that is stepping in towards the roster, and we'll see if they can sort of find themselves that new footing, get themselves off to the pass, because looking at how they went from Reload to how they played last split, it's sort of, throughout the league days, struggled against FearX, struggled against some of these bigger teams, just couldn't get themselves to the top, Demo.
Yeah, obviously for KAG bringing in a new player, it's gonna be a system where they have to get, Didi up to speed as best as they can. Obviously, he was on the coaching team for, I think, a good period of at least over a year. He's been on the side as a coaching staff, so you think that transition should be pretty easy, because he knows the team, he knows his stuff, he knows what he's doing. But again, transitioning from that coach to that player role, it's hit or miss sometimes for some players. But certainly this is a side where they don't really make too many changes, over the course of things. Arcully, I think, has been their most recent change. But again, he's already been in the roster like long ago. I remember whenever he came in, must have been about 2023, he came into the roster the first time. But KAG are obviously I'm pretty sure they are the longest standing organization that we have in this league. They've been around for 7 years now, so yeah, they're right up there.
I think that's definitely, for a long time, they were one of the longest standing rosters that we had in general across all the international stages that they've played. It's very fair to sort of consider that. And last time these two teams met, it was on border, a 3-7 loss there for Mir. So not going to go back. Actually, they had the choice. Do we want to try and go for a double down and win it against them? No. Consulate is where we will set ourselves up. And do you think this plays well into teams that have changed a lot in terms of their sort of backline staff here? Or is it too much of a risk here, Demo?
Well, Consulate is one of those maps which can play pretty heavily in the momentum-based areas, because it is pretty one-sided in terms of how sides go. Consulate is a defender-sided map. A very tough map to attack, and the reason for that is getting into the building, I think, is always the tricky thing with it. A lot of the ways that you have to enter in is via windows, and again, we know that can be difficult. You look at maps like Cafe, who have that kind of same element to it, where trying to get into the building is very, very tough. That just puts that extra bit of pressure on the attackers. So I think for KAG, starting on the defense, obviously that's going to be pretty big for them. And I would say that they'll be able to play off that momentum. So Mir Gaming, right from the get-go, it's a big risk, knowing that you're going to a map that you have to start an attack first. I really hope they know what they're doing here.
Well, it's time for them to sort of demonstrate. It's time for them to sort of step in, step up, and step onto the boards and really show, hey, this is what a new team works behind it. This is what new sort of coaching staff can get themselves done. From this point onwards, this is where they can get themselves onto a roll as we start to roll some of these wonderful. Again, you and I, we didn't get to cross these leagues last split. We didn't get to see these amazing works there. I love that the blitz is behind. That is a guilty looking Twitch right there. She's killed a man. Gun change. I'm just gonna obsess over these for a while, I think.
That was a very colourful sledge. That's not the most tactical uniform you could have.
Oh, I love pay to lose skins. If the more brighter and ridiculous the skin is, the more likely I am to equip it.
I mean, I just wish we could have just any skins, because what I'd give to see a Borderlands cycle running around.
Oh,
Fantastic.
yeah, that would be I mean, Master Chief.
You know,
if
another one.
Had the right. We don't have the right. We had the
We've got-
right. We'll talk about these
Frost
bands.
has one as well, don't they? Frost has like a Halo skin.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure.
Imagine
Yeah.
every single time that we are doing a cast, and Sledge is on screen in the Master Chief, production has to play the and then cut it off just immediately when they just have it.
Think of the puns you could do as well with the Rick and Morty skins. Because obviously there's a good set of them.
An endless playground of us, and we have a playground with some safety features, namely who has been removed here. Demo, what do you think about these bans, buddy?
Well, a little bit off the beaten track in terms of the defense ban, because there is a Mute there. Look, Mute is a fantastic operator. He fills a really good role on the defensive side, not just because his gadget is really nice for counterplay from a lot of attacker gadgets. You think about Dokkaebi, Grim, obviously any drones that get thrown at you, he can counter all of them, so very, very good, especially on a map where those operators are going to be pretty frequent. You know, Grim and Dokkaebi are ones that we expect to see on this map. So removing that Mute is obviously very, very strong. And he also has that shotgun to help with the sight setup. And like I mentioned before, with a lot of operators losing their secondary shotgun, those sight operators are, hard to come by now, and you do need some of them. Like I mentioned about the Dokkaebi, in response to seeing that Mute ban, Kaig have also went for the Dokkaebi ban. In that response, thinking, hey, they're up to something. They banned that operator for a reason. Let's remove that universal operator and give ourselves, a nice, easy time here on the defense, because this is where, this is what it boils down to. This is what you have to win on console. It is going to be your defense. And look at that from Anaton. Asserting the dominance early on, a spawn peak.
I mean, this is our house, right? This is our playground, and this is the talisman of the team. It's Anaton. It's somebody who probably both literally and metaphorically could put the team on their back and carry them when they need to. So why not make them uncomfortable? Make them have to struggle with the approaches. Got the blinds coming through, the immediate smash of the blitz up towards the top of spiral stairs, trying to cut the hold in the middle. They've just driven themselves, but they haven't cleared out the vending position. Easy pick up there for Shuri, because the pressure wasn't quite timed well enough. They've gone for a rush. Chivisu gets guard. There is a drop inside the site from Rumatic, but at this point, on the default plant, you can see the outlines of the CAG players circling. The kit is tucked inside from the Ying on the other, but not anymore. Leaves just Rumatic. An ace clutch. Do or die. Die is the answer there. They went for something snappy, quick. Unfortunately, with the spawn peak, they just did not have the parts to make it come together.
Oh, APAC, how I've missed you. Just the round's over in a minute 15.
I asked
you.
I'm going to out you right now. I asked you at the start of this day, before we go on to the broadcast, what kind of day did you think? Good day, bad day? What kind of day? And you said a quick day. And I said, no, technically correct, I guess. You predicted that. Very, very well.
I mean, you look at that attack from here, right? You lose the Grim right from the rip. I mentioned before, Grim would be pretty strong because they went for that Mute ban. Yeah, no real counterplay to that Grim unless you're bringing in a Vigil. It's the only other operator who can counter Grim is your Vigil and your Mute. Whenever you lose him off a spawn peak, the last thing you should be doing is just lashing out and everyone just tries to rush into the building. That's essentially what they did. They just thought, the Grim's dead, just do what you want, guys. And it's just utter mayhem. No coordination, one by one. So simple for a team like CAG. Obviously, Anaton, I think we have to have a little mention. For people who don't realize, Anaton, I'm pretty sure, is the longest standing APAC player that we have. I think.
Yeah, yes.
I'm pretty sure he is.
I'm throwing my mind back to the Year 1 Korean roster, but I don't think anyone from Mantis FPS, but I don't think anyone's still playing from that roster. Yeah.
I'm pretty sure. I'm pretty sure because Envy Taylor obviously is no longer with us because he was the resident Canadian of this region, I'll say.
Yeah. Well, there's another opening kill that goes entirely away from them. This time they lose the ram, which on this site's pretty disastrous. But hey, demo, quick, fast, punchy to the site.
Shields.
Well, why not? 2 shields, throw themselves in. There's the Blackbeard getting across. They're in. Are they off to the races? No, it's a team kill. How do we have one of these again already? A 4 versus 2. They're going for the plant here. There's a shield that gets a little bit caught out from the verticality, but a post-plant situation. 2 shields up in a 4 versus 2. I mean, I don't have the highest hopes. They do at least get a trade out of it. Chibisu now, hunting down with the Solace. Knows the Blitz is trying to make their way close, but actually getting the kill on the player, that's the tricky moment. Not the easiest to hit the toes, and they just don't have to overextend. You can see a player is underneath that doorway as well. They're sort of baiting them in, trying to hope that they push up, push round, or push underneath. With every single side watch, baiting the engagement. No time to get to the kit from this. Gaming, Rush 1 failed. Rush 2 succeeded. I wonder if we'll get Rush 3 demo.
I just look at this, another TK. Like, I'm sorry. I'm watching this and I'm thinking, what in the ranked? That's what it feels like. They have just no-brained, pushed in with double shields, and that's it. They took no map control. It was do or die, and that was it. Hopefully for CAG, they'll be like, okay, these guys clearly do not care about doing any form of traditional siege. They're just running in with no heads. So I would say traps will be on the menu, and straight away, bang, Fenrir, Legion, Malusi comes in.
It's a strong start, I think, for how this is coming out. But I guess this was the question that I posed at the start of coming to a map like this versus a map like Border. The play style that they've adapted is one where they're almost circumventing some of the full reads of the map. You can't rush 6 rounds in a row.
Oh, you can. Oh, don't you? When was the last time you did this region?
It would have been before. I mean, I covered this region for 4 years, 5 years.
Yeah. Me and Ollie, we had the privilege of doing this region. Must have been the back end of stage 2 last year.
Yeah.
Let's just say, you know, I'm not even going to say anything. Just that'll tell you all you need to know. I'm not even going to comment on it.
We'll just say, look, they've
time.
got 2 shields ready to hop in the windows again.
Just the biggest advice I can have for you is, if you think something isn't possible, oh, it is. Okay? That's the best way to put it.
Okay, CAG have to be reactive to this. Fool me once, shame on you. Fool me twice, shame on me. Fool me 3 times, probably shame on me again.
There they go.
Yeah, they're already in the site. CAG have sort of moved the pressure away to morale. Dropped and rocked, and there's another team kill! Get me out!
Oh!
Eject! I'm hitting the emergency eject!
How?
They team kill the shield. Naps moves in, gets revenge for their own moment. Oh, they do get the second. It was scrappy, but it's a 3 versus 2. Couldn't quite get the kit. Well watched. Shiri with the swing round, and Arkily gets the end of the round. I'm losing it.
Whatever. You may be losing it. I've lost it. Just, I don't know what to say anymore. Look, here's the thing. Consulate as a map is tough to attack. I get that. I said that during the pre-match breakdown. And yes, cheesing rounds via rushes on consulate is a viable strategy, and it's something that we see be done. If you can get 2 attacks out of the 6, you'll be sitting there thinking, wow, that's pretty good. But in the fashion that they're doing it, it's just... Honestly, I have no words.
Attackers need to locate and defuse bombs.
Is there a dog? There for a second. In the back of you. The dogs are out. And they're here team killing and charging shields in. Amongst all of this, you know, the players are under some stress. The players are under this position. Good effort from our observer, Sunburnt Spartan. She's probably under a huge amount of stress.
I mean, it's a nightmare for the observer, that's all I'm saying. Absolute nightmare job.
It's like, you know, where it's like the gif of the person like sweating and hammering keys, and that's our ops right now. Who knows where things are going to kick off next? Well, it's going to be still 1 shield, not 2 shields, but they've removed the Ying instead. They're not going to try and play themselves against the hold here on towards the top, because the Ying has been an integral part of both. It's not just full send the site every single time. There has always been other options. They've been back ends to the rush. They've been attempts at other pushes. Haven't always worked. The ram being the first one gone as your vertical. That sucks. But then they hit the site there. Obviously had the attempt at the pressure on top spiral, and the attention brought round. That's the role that the Ying plays, and that's what Cyclops have removed here. Otherwise, the Fenrir to follow through does sort of lean into the idea of wanting to get in and get Aggie. Full surround here on towards admin. This is slower demo. We haven't had a fight in the building yet.
No, it's a lot better of a setup the way that Mirror are playing it now. This is more like it. Take your time for an admin across. You have the Blackbeard, who's great at pushing out these roamers who could have been potentially inside a break. You can see that Shirip was there for a moment, but since then fell back to the safety of his util. See here on the vending, very, very strong position. How many ADSs does he have? I'm guessing all 3 of them should be stacked up here. There's 1 there on the wall, 1 right beside it. I'm guessing 1 just on his feet of where he's standing right now, maybe. I don't know. But it should be all 3 for this kind of setup. In terms of util, you have got 3 nades. You got plenty of flashbang, so I think being able to get through this, and even a Wildmite disc as well, you should still be able to get through this. You know, you've got so much stuff. Even the Flores, if you want to go that approach.
That's it, right? The single Flores drone, you've obviously removed mute, and that is such a big killer for holds like that. As soon as you can get a Flores drone through onto that hold, you can just drive it on, and that's entirely what they've done. They have to sort of give up some of the territory, give up the terrain. There's the movement right back. Rotten timing, but luckily picked up by Shurip there. There's bits of blows to either side of Mer. They're trying to just force themselves in here. There's still the player on vending. That's the bounce of the grenades. Force them out, but can't see anything. The grenade does catch the end of Shurip. The long-range fight. Oh, Addison wins that. It's back on the drones, 40 seconds, and they're just trying to force it at this point, but nobody left. You force it too. Differently paced round in that we sort of could see a pace behind it. Cyclops, Kagosaka sit on top.
Yeah, nice little adaptation there, knowing, yeah, we're dealing with shields. Bring in the Echo. What a perfect counter that you can have for the shields is going to be that Yokai drone. That Blackbeard looking to charge down that player inside of vending. In goes the Echo. Blackbeard is stunned. And it's just rough for him. You know, he can't do anything against that. Echo. Strong operator against the teams who want to play the shields. Honestly, like, here's my take on shields, and you know my history with it. I've played shields for... It's been a good old while now.
You're known.
This is probably, I think, the toughest the shields have been in a while in terms of playing them. They're nowhere near as strong as what they used to be. I think the way that the changes have happened, obviously with the shield break, are really influential. A lot of the time, you're just getting stabbed. I think with the current meta, Ella seems to be pretty popular these days. Obviously with Denari as well, that's another issue for the shields. There is just so much now that you have to Clash. Like, really, since Clash got the rework, the drop-off from shields, I feel, has been very noticeable, because that operator is nuts. Whenever it comes to dealing with the Monty, the Blitz, the Blackbeard, all of them just can't do anything against her. So I do think shields are in a really tough position. I think for Luca, you can see he's finding it tough. He's 0-4. But look, I've been there. I know what it's like. It's not fun in this meta to play the shields.
Someone's got to do it. And sometimes you'll have sort of... It's always the weird thing about how to describe shields, in that they'll either be, you know, you've got to be a great shield player to operate well with them. You've got to have the confidence. Then you could just be a good shield player. Now you've got to be a specific one, and the specific one is pressure on behind the drone, take the control of the space here, and they put themselves back. Another great counter here. Doubled up with the keeper barricade means that as soon as this Blackbeard is through, they should get a little bit rocked by the Elemine. That's what they're hoping for. And there it is, the swing up. There's the execute, and there's the trade. But there is that problem. That Blackbeard had to be that point man, that front force, and now you do not have that in exchange for Shurip, the Ela that was picked pretty specifically to fight against it. Vertical control does fall a bit in towards their favor, so CAG slip their way out of there. Cully, he's going to find his own route. They've got, I think Chibisu is the one that's sitting around top spiral, holding and hoping. The other three have gone back. No! Rheumatic! Absolutely played him like a fiddle.
Yellow ping. They knew he was there. They actually have a drone on spiral stairs. That's what they've actually caught him out because of that. You see that Luke was actually flicking the cameras for it. Thought Chibisu was in a great pause there, but nope. Drone was on him. Still have the one roamer though, and you look at the timing as well, Emmy. A minute 15, you've still got a roamer to deal with. You've got no mid-floor control, only top floor. I think this could end in tears.
I think that was it, because you could see how Cully for a second was going back towards the side, was going back towards the Visa side, has hung around. I think they've realized how much time there is left. Oh, well, now that's the problem.
Just gave himself up.
Gave himself up. Could have pulled themselves back. Now they've still got work to do, but they'll make very quick work of the vertical between Rheumatic and, the Buck. They're already getting it locked in. Naps takes some damage and then some more damage. They've now lost the Capital. They've lost the cover on towards the plant itself. They've just got to operate with flashes and throwing themselves in for these engagements. That's where CAG operate well. Tuck themselves around. Not sure if the breach is open yet. You can see Anaton's watching the back end push, the server side. DD holding close here on towards Pillar. 20 seconds. Now they're going for an electrified breach. The kit didn't even really make it anywhere safe in time. 15 seconds, has to throw themselves in. Where are you going?
He's got the K-Claw. He shot the K-Claw, so you know.
Okay, he's going back, but at this point, they have to get this flawlessly. The operate, he's going to let that breach. He's going to have 2 seconds to find a place to plant this. There's a huge moment. There's the drop on the kit.
Oh, did he need to switch there? I think, did he maybe have enough bullets to kill the Buck as well? I don't know. That was a close one. Very, very close. Yeah, I mean, Mere Gaming obviously has slowed it down the pace. They went for the full top clear. It worked for them. They're able to pick up their kills. I think our colleague certainly could have done a little bit more in that roam game. As Zami, I think, in the perfect position. There's no mid-floor pressure at all for him. Yet he just dies, which was not the greatest of moments for him. Maybe 3 bullets, maybe not. Yeah, I only had 3 bullets left. I think maybe if he had 6, he maybe could have made it happen. I mean, do you even debate there? Do you just go for the knife? That's another point.
I think you do just go for the knife.
Could have went for the knife, but hey, it's one of them. It is what it is.
It's easy for us to say it.
It is. In hindsight, it's a beautiful thing, but yeah, tough one. But still, I just think Kai could have done a little bit more there, because Mere Gaming certainly looked exploitable. Just based on time. I just think some of the roamers could have done a little bit more.
Okay, I'm taking a breath. 3-2.
Reload.
Hey, take a big one, because you'll need it.
We have 2 players currently on the side of Mere Gaming without any real impact, and unfortunately, it's the 2 new players. Neither Coupe nor Luca have been able to get themselves a kill on towards the board yet. They were the 2 swap in here after the big sort of shake-up of the roster. Now, at this point, behind the sort of metric, they'll sort of be anticipating it. It's your debut game. It's your showing up towards the boards. It's your putting your difference in, and not being able to get the tick is going to be that problem. Here we are off to that race again. He misses the player. Anaton gets the kill on the end of it. It's ring around the piano rosies, and they're not quite sure where the swing comes, but
great shot.
Luca gets his first. Anaton does get guard, though. Trades them out. They have a shield inside the site itself. Rheumatic gets Shurip, levels things back up, but it's a fight over 2 stories. And the shield is a bit isolated, forces the player further out there, making a bit of space with the Nomad, but you have to offer some support here, or you've got to try and go for the close down on the player inside the seating waiting area. Now, with how little health Luca has and the fact he's got the kit, and he's on a BP this whole time, it's a bit of a worry that he's trying to opt for these fights. I just think they could have sort of played with what they had there or what they're trying to get, it felt like. They weren't quite sure. Again, all of this still on that BP at the back of the room. They're just going to fish in the bowl in the barrel right now. There's at least that sole player. Great take. Vertically, they don't know the other one is tucked behind. Oh, they did, but the flash went a little bit too far there. An easy pickup at the end. I mean, just chaotic. Written down, underlined 6 times.
That was, what, 4 out of the 6 rounds they went for a rush?
4 or 6, yeah. And the success rate was...
1 of 1. Yeah,
One of
just
4.
it was the split bomb site.
Yeah.
The only one that they actually won with the rush. Yeah, again, for Mir, you kind of looked at that last round where they did slow it down, and you think, okay, actually taking map control, using the shields to hunt roamers, whereas that time they've just thrown that out the window, and they've went for that full rush. I mean, you look at the map control there for Kag. Kag gave a decent amount of map control away. Nobody holding in towards admin or Visa. A lot of it obviously stationed in and around the bombs, like expecting the rush. Players holding above upstairs. There was options there for Mir Gaming just to build just a standard take, but again, they've went for the thing that Kag are going to be expecting. You know, Kag are ready for those rushes. They were as soon as they lost that second round. You look at the operator selections that they brought in. They always had at least 2 trap operators.
Well, I guess we'll see how this sort of translates on towards progression. The clash is gone, but they have all the options of every shield that they could want for at the pressure here. And 1 kill for Lucas, still nothing for Coupe. Is a rough opening day for a roster that really needed to find a bit of a sweet spot here. It wasn't truly about winning, and it's not entirely there, but they were the lowest rated team last time round, right? They were the team that was only able to find an overtime loss across everything. Now, I don't precisely remember every single league result, but I think that...
Shame on you.
I know. Well then, as you obviously know them, was there a team that got less than 1 point in Tier 1 leagues last bit?
Does G2? No, G2 actually.
No,
I think
they did.
well.
I think they would describe what they did as well. I'm gonna have a quick. I want to see if they were, and it's that unfortunate sort of stat to piece together, but it shows the pressure, right? If you were the only team, you know, that was unable to get more than an overtime loss, it's where you need to build yourself in towards. And at this point, it doesn't start this way. It doesn't start with your new pickups, your new players. No, there was 1 team in OS that went 0007.
No.
Yeah. Saga Esports. Fortunately.
That was risky from Luca, by the way. He's just wide swung into admin whenever there's a guy in admin. So you can see that the take from Kag is fairly traditional. Again, get the Blackbeard in as you can and get him pushing in through these corridors. Of course, has the nades to deal with anyone who could be lurking in that vending position. Shield goes by the Flores drone. At the moment, pretty standard here from Kag. Now, the win con is just going to be time management. You know, whenever you're dealing with a Goyo and also a smoke on the board, it's all about how quickly can you take that area of vending, how quickly can you nade off the Goyo canisters that's going to be just sat on the meeting door, can you burn through those smokes quick enough? But still, you know, minute left, but I do want to see that Goyo get popped within the next 15 seconds or so. If not, then it's a little bit sketchy. But at the moment, Mir Gaming don't look all too phased, but we know there's going to be a heap ton of utility still coming their way. You've got the Capital bolts, you've still got the Sophia as well to stun off anyone who could be playing in these close positions. That's a good pick back though. Takes down 1 guard and quick swing as well from Nash, but he's not in a great position. Oh, and just about gets out of there.
I was going to say that, I mean, he didn't have another choice, but that grenade over the top means his choices. Oh, still not entirely limited, and no more of those to throw over. Then they could try and get some bolts. They're just going to go for the cover of the plant. It's the right move. There's Rumatic, though, getting another lockdown across the top. The smoke canister falls too short to post plant. They've made it happen here. Mir threaded the needle. Mere moments left to go. Now, how do they hold us back? There's one. Edie, please don't feed him a second at this point. No, they do not. Cut off. And as they're on the counter defuse here, Arcully just mere pushing their way back through. As I said, they've found those angles and opportunities, and you know, it's the tough route. Even when they have that sort of watch, even when they have that lockdown in the plant position, at that point, as I said, they thread the needle, found their way back round. Retook it.
Yeah. Overall for Mir, they like I said, they didn't look all too stressed. Whenever, even if it was a 4v5, they looked fairly happy just to fall back. Diffuser goes down, and it's all about how well you can just work together as a team and just trade the numbers off. You know, you're sitting there at 2 versus 4. Yes, the diffuser's down, but you've got so much time. That's a lot of things people forget. 45 seconds is a long time. You know, whenever that diffuser starts really ticking down, you've got so much time to talk, think about what you're going to do it, while also at the same time getting someone on for that diffuse. And they've done that very well. You can see that they wanted to get someone on the diffuse first, which was going to be that Warden. As soon as he starts going for the diffuse, everyone else just basically puts their body in the way, make it so the attackers have to go through you before they want to go to the guy going for the counter diffuse. So yeah, I think Mir Gaming done that really, really well. Really good retake. Just lost the numbers, and they just didn't have enough players just to really fight back from a 4v2 post plant.
So they get themselves off to a bit of a race here, and this is where that could be the sort of demonstration of why they wanted to come to a map that brings itself this structure, right? If you're looking at a map like Border where, yeah, okay, bring yourself in on the guns, bring yourself on the chaos, it didn't work out for them on their attack, and that was entirely what Mir wanted to lean into. They were the driving force, and they were pedal to the metal for 4 of the 6 rounds. Here, putting the pressure on towards a CAG that has had a roster change, that has had a change behind the scenes, that is playing maybe not as sharp as they usually are, though. ED, to his credit, has been able to get himself a couple of kills, get himself locked in on his opening play day as a member of the roster in the game. Yeah, it gives Mir just that extra to cook around with, attention. And towards the servers on the back end that Luca isn't going to sit around for this time. You talked about the risk that was taken quite early. Last time in admin, this time none of the same, please. They do have, obviously, the Mozzie roaming on the top floor with Shibisu not a million miles away from admin. The drones are trying to cook the player out of position. Then it's going to be a swing. There's the Dockerby going for the pinch. Perfectly caught. Fire Observer here. Are they going to get this cat and mouse? Do they have the confidence to go for this position? They are a bit locked in. There's the rotate round. They've got themselves behind the long desk, and all of this time is being taken away. So Chibisu actually rotates out because supporters come in for Mir. Rumatic now gets himself in towards the bathroom. It's now a 1 versus 2 in the opposite favor, and Sharif is just going to sit, just going to wait and let the rest of the team start to focus potentially on towards the site itself, because well, with these 2 hatches, fine. Naps, he's now in piano, he's not a million miles away, and there's a lot of sitting and waiting. But at this point, it almost seems like a guess what we're going to do next game.
Well, I mean, the attackers are actually going to be pushing in from Secret and actually going to be taking the backstab option, and in goes the recruit, but no! Mir Gaming, ready for it. Kills are there for them, and yeah, looks to be Kaig. They have been put right back on their backside with that take, and Chibisu now going to look for the diffuse if he can, and he's going to get this off. Looks as though he will, so now into the 2v3. Never mind! The double C4! Again,
I'm out.
Here's that pickup and the C4 in the pocket. Timeout being called as well.
I mean, yeah, makes sense. Think about how that round sort of played out. As I called it, there was a lot of guessing. There was a lot of caution. And caution kills tactics. They knew they had a player roughly around this position. They had the Dockerby and they had the Ram in positions where they could have swung from coffin and from sort of reception desk at the same time. They didn't want to take that. because for whatever reason, instead they were like, well, we could do this and we could do this, and I'm pushing into server. It's probably the call. I pushed into secret was probably the call. But then look how it ended up. It became this big separate entity, this big separation, to the point where the Ram ended up, you know, entering directly, and all they've really done there is slightly push Mere Gaming around. They haven't forced anything truly out of Mere Gaming up to this point other than rotation. And do you know what rotation doesn't do, Demo? It doesn't kill.
Who decided that?
John Ubisoft.
Defenders, protect your bombs from
When he
being
coded this
used by
game.
attackers.
Wait, is his name? Wait, a guy called John Ubisoft.
Oh no, wait, it's a French company. It's Jean.
Oh.
Jean Ubisoft. I'm actually not allowed.
I hope we meet one day. Hope we meet John one day.
Yeah, well, I for a long time thought it was Leo.
Right.
I kept, oh my god, Jean. Like, Emmy. My name is Leo. I cannot do a Leo impression. Imagine that Leo said that.
You just think of any French person ever. That's it.
Think of a cool French person. Leo's very cool. Do you think he's the coolest talent?
No.
Okay, who in your mind?
Chambers.
Right. Okay. Good. I mean, they're top two.
Not even close. It's just Chambers.
Fine, but they are top two.
Okay.
Yeah.
There is a
We can
gap
agree on
between
this.
1 and 2. I'll say that, but
Glad we can agree on this. Handshake, handshake. Okay, now we're in. In towards.
the guys met Alex Ferguson. Like that's aura.
For you, actually, that's
Of course.
that's
Roy Keane. Aura.
who's Aura? Do you think they left and they were like, oh my god, I met Ian Chambers?
No. Definitely not. I don't even think that.
4-4. And they've got themselves in secret quickly and back up towards admin quickly. They're just going to steady themselves from rotation, the removal of the camera, if you're wondering why he suddenly went a little bit crazy and shot a hole in the floor. That's that reasoning. And now they can try and focus on towards this, the pressure to push them across the top floor. They have to secure the verticality. And this is the sort of comment where I want to see Kag's plan, I think. I want to see it in action and I want to see it directly. They've obviously got themselves focused and ready to try and push back here. They're not entirely handing over the verticality. There's not a lot of places for them to go. They have to just make sure that when they do opt to move back and forth, the Kag player hasn't slipped into an awkward position. Goyo canisters popped, and the Mirror will keep themselves with a decent bit of bay and range here. But if Mir can get themselves that rotation, if they can get themselves up to 5 here, they put themselves in such a good position. Not the best way for it to start. Coupe got his opening kill last round and then gets quickly removed, but Rumatic, the man who's sitting 12-4, is going to try and be the next force to fall away, actually. Almost caught and does get confirmed. Rotations don't kill Demo, but teamwork to watch for them does. And now, toe-to-toe with a shotgun. Well, the Shield thinks slightly better of it. Just going to pistols at Dawn. Luca here, who tries to drive themselves forward, but Anaton on a shield. A classic combo who survives an explosion from underneath, Demo.
Oh, flawless for Kag. I mean, Rumatic, you have to question him there. In what universe he wide swings onto that single wall on yellow is beyond me. He doesn't need to do that. What he should have done is just held his position inside connector. There was no pressure on that side. He needed to be there to help his teammate. You look at that Mute who was dealing with the blitz. Yeah, struggled. He needs some help. And with Rumatic being gone, it leaves him in such a difficult position. Whenever you're 12-4, 12-5, whatever it is a case where he feels as though he needs to be that guy. He needs to put on the red cape and say, I'm going to do this. No, you don't need to do that at all. Play with your team. You will have a much better chance. So I just think Rumatic there has cost his team just by dying. Yes, it's 45, but there's still an opportunity to get back into that. And it just makes it really easy for Kai, because they just fell like dominoes, one after another.
Attackers need to locate and defuse as many bombs
5-4. Kag are stepping themselves back into this. It was far and away the best round that we've sort of seen played from the side of the attack there. It was a tertiary site, fine, but it was structured. It was everything that I sort of wanted for and pined for and talked about was that teamwork element, that making sure that you're part of someone else's plan A, and it's not plan A, plan 1, new best plan, and this is what I'm doing, all happening at the same time in separate continents. You're gaming. It's an upset, but still, if they can make the 2 sites land that they've already made land today, then they get themselves to OT. They guarantee themselves. Once again, another point, something that I talked about was so rare for them last time round. The fact that obviously that, well, their opening play days, they suffered 3-7, suffered 1-7, 0-7. I mean, I think it was maybe the very last play day. It was the last play day. It was when they were able to get themselves that first point in the overtime loss against Keenatrope. If they can open just hitting OT, it's already a good sign for them. Starts. Tension on towards a very fortified admin here. Fully locked, fully holding on. It was obviously a bit of a push from this position last time round, but yeah, they sort of tried to get themselves in on the kit, tried to get themselves planted on that default and pull back. Here, Mir's kind of maybe goading and baiting the pressure, saying, yeah, come on in. Like, we've got this fortified. We have the watch on the breach. You've got to come up with a plan B here, Cag.
Well, slow and steady at the moment. I don't know why I speak sometimes. Sorry, Naps. That's my bad.
Yep.
Oh,
right.
Dear. That's the oldest trick in the book.
Shuri has won themselves as well. They're going to get out of admin, unfortunately not entirely unscathed. Well, they found a way to clear it. Unfortunately, I think the cost here for the side of Mir is that, well, they wanted that to happen, but not with the deaths that came alongside of it. Obviously, they were able to net the one with the C4, but well played there for Tag to trade their way back in. At this point, they can just take it slow. They have a lot of time, a minute 10, get the drones in, get themselves rolled round, and some pressure here. Towards the top of the yellow stairs as Bisu just creeps themselves internally, holds the fort, and waits for the rest of the pressure to come in. Now, are they going to go for the default plant? The bounce of the fire does slow them, but not enough. Coupe, all that's left, trying to thread the needle, does get the head of one. But as the plant gets confirmed, this is going to be the biggest test and challenge for the new roster pickup. Looking for the long-range fight against a class isn't going to be easy. And now as they retreat out of the site with the kit confirmed, even harder at this point. It's perfectly held here. They've got the 3 separate angles. They've got the body on the kit itself. They cannot make a sort of route in, and the class is watching through a smoke. But you know, the rough angle. They're going to be playing Anaton. Confirms the 6 rounds for Cag. And they get themselves the opening 3-point.
You fought so hard for the admin, and I think whenever they got that first C4 kill, that's probably where they should have cut it off and called it there. You look at the lineup that they had brought in. You're bringing in the Chunky, you're bringing in the Goyo. The idea is to waste a bit of time and then fall back and play around with this util. Like, this kill here comes in, should have been gone straight away. Nobody else should have been peeking. That should have been it. The lineup just leads into waste the time as much as you can and then use all the fire to deny access, to go in for that defuse. It's pretty obvious where CAG are going to want to push in from. They came in from admin side the last time they were there. And you just kind of question it, thinking, okay, why are you throwing so many bodies whenever you know what strategy you're trying to play? You've went for an anchor-based lineup. You want to sit in sight. Don't be losing players so early on, so the denial doesn't even play a factor. You looked at where the 2 players were situated there for the last defense. They had so many angles that they needed to cover. Yeah, you had the whole admin side, then you had players backstabbing in towards yellow. Spiral obviously had to be held at the same time also. Just way too much for a 2v4 to deal with, and just not enough time as well. You know, it's pretty easy whenever it's a 2v4. Maybe there's 15 seconds left, and you know that they have to come from one certain side. Kai could have went anywhere. They could have went any window, any staircase, and they still had so much time to do it with. So, yeah, their game are just fighting too hard again, similar to what happened in the last round.
At this point, can they try and just find that little bit extra to push them on, to push them closer towards that OT, to push them onto a fight? It's always going to be tested, but said before, from a slower start from the new pickups, they're finding their feet a little bit. Rheumatic, unfortunately. How strong they were on the open. I think it was 12-4, now to 12-6. The way that they're operating here, CAG, is starting to shut them down. On the opposite end of that, we talked about how Anaton can sort of set himself up as a talisman player. The amount of times he's thrown himself in, 10-6. He's started to come more alive alongside Chibisu. It's just turned into a bit of a turn of force. A quick breach and break. And even more problems to deal with in a second, but shouldn't slow them down too much at this point. Not being caught out on the rotate. Not suffering. If you want to do this admin exchange and that sort of admin extension, that is the most important part here.
And for CAG, I think they're very good, aren't they, CAG? Just picking their opportunities, aren't they? They're very good at doing the drone work, figuring out, okay, what kind of gaps are they? You know, what are they missing out here? For the most part, for me, I think just having that Goyo on a map like Consulate is just great for denying any potential rush. I think that's very, very important to note as well. It means that CAG have to play the slow and methodical playstyle, because we've seen what happened to Mir. You know, Mir were sitting there trying to rush against all those different util operators. It's so difficult. You have to take your time sometimes with stuff, unless you have done the drone work and you have spotted, hey, there's nothing here, we can go for this. And like I said, CAG do that very, very, very well. Also, Mir a little bit scared here because the Exca's actually coming in via a glass push in through connector.
I mean, the glass is just full sending it. I think that second smoke might have rolled through the breach, so he's currently not operating how he would like to be. There's the clip of the Warden, swings wide, gets the kill onto Arcully. The ace gone. The glass just not quick enough to try and save a life there. They've pulled themselves back here, but it's a very narrow road in. The fire will do some damage to Anaton, puts him onto half, puts him back around the corner, puts him further back, which means that Naps can move into this terrain. He's caught on a drone, so now he will leave again, because he knows the pressure is just going to be circling and surmounting. But at this point, CAG, stuck, sat, watching, waiting, hoping they can try and find another place to apply the pressure. Anaton leads around the corner. Chibisu's waiting for the sort of approach here. DD Man on the window, wants to get the swing in, goes for the call. They've still got to try and make ground here, though, first. There's a fire. Wow, a firefight that starts to explode, but didn't know about Naps, and Luca gets Shoe Reap. There's Rheumatic shutting it down and sitting further back, keeping themselves as a team, operating and operating through. Caught reloading. Naps gets the end. A Pistols at Dawn gets them their 5th round.
I think that's a classic theme with Consulate. It just kind of shows how tough it can be for the attacks. Essentially, if the initial rush doesn't work, Consulate stalls out a lot of the time. Because as soon as the defending team know where you're pushing, all they have to do is look that one way. You know, I'm a big advocate for kind of explaining degree angles, if that makes sense. Whenever I say that, I mean, what is easier? Having to look 180 degrees front, or having to look 180 degrees front and also having to watch 180 degrees behind you? Yeah? Do you get what I mean by that? Does that make sense?
Yeah,
or am I crazy?
I get what you mean.
You know, it's a lot easier looking one way rather than having to watch 2 directions. Yeah. And that's what Consulate can fall into, yeah? For that top floor in Consulate, you have 2 options for the attack. You go for the yellow take or you go for admin. Yeah, that's it. That's how it works. And it's very rare you would ever see the split take come in for Consulate, just because how much util and the way that the room is laid out, where it's very close quarters and it's difficult if you don't have all the util operators in the right positions. That's tough. So if that attempted rush doesn't work, and by the time that the defenders realize what you're pushing and where you're going to come from, you will never have any opportunity for backstabs. You're always going to be pushing into areas that are always going to be watched. It's very rare you will find a gap on Consulate or the staircases, which in this meta, everyone's putting stuff on staircases. Barbed wire, traps, whatever it is, you're never going to get away with that.
No. If you've got stuff, fuck it on staircases. Well, actually, we haven't seen any laser beams today. We haven't seen any Denari.
No Denari, yeah.
No. He's been denied.
Excuse me?
I don't know. I've really just...
That's an EED. That's Capcan.
Oh, right. Different man. My bad. Well, we'll see if they'll make the same mistakes as me and get confused as to what the approach is, because it's sudden, it's in, and it's out of there. He isn't going to sit around, could feel all the pressure. The C4 gets to survive, and that one, will it catch somebody? No, but Naps does. DD-Man does get Coupe in the same exchange, though, so they've lost the Ram. But Sharif gets a body with the man advantage and with the breaches that are already put forward, and Akulli, they still have a lot of time to cook. Now, DD-Man on the Deimos. Could be a lot of fun here for the pressure on the verticality. It's a lot of soft, it's a lot of angles, and it's a lot of just retailing and sort of retelling that towards your team here. You regale them with the story of, hey, I've got somebody hitting around on the mid floor. I've got somebody sticking around a little bit.
Everyone's mid floor. Nobody was actually in the site there for a period, which they're very lucky that CAG haven't droned the site, because those mute jammers are denying access to that. Rheumatic. I was expecting that Deimos to come on at some point. There we go. Gets them back into the bomb site. And all three of them are now safely into the bomb site. But this is where CAG want them to be. You know, this is where they can get the buck in. That's why the buck and the ram, just in case they lose one. This should be a fairly simple closeout. Do the vertical work. See if you can rotate. Get that main breach open. Walk in. Go for the plant. There's only one C4 as a denial for Mir. That's it. Luca has the C4. They should be clear cut and dry. As long as you do your basics right, you'll be fine. However, that's a cheeky little play. Rheumatic running straight up spiral, wins an engagement, and comes straight back down. That's very good from him. Doesn't linger about, just gets the kill and gets out of there.
Making that play as well with the Dokkaebi and the Deimos on the board. It puts it into a 3 versus 3. You've got the shield, they've got the breach on the hatch. The blinds come out towards the pipe position, and they're going for the plant itself, just tucked inside the door. There's the swing round. There's Rheumatic popping off. DD-Man does stop him. But a 2 versus 1. DD has to try and deliver this diffuser on towards the ground, but can't. It's a trade out. Mir Gaming. They're able to pull and peel themselves in towards OT, what seemed impossible last split, to get themselves here and into earning points position. Technically, they have already tied their total best performance from last split round count, actually. They have tied their opening 4 playdays demo. If they get one more, that's their opening 5 playdays in total rounds in this single opening map against Kagasaka. Just to put into perspective how much there was put against them last time round, a win here would be astronomical.
I'm still trying to figure out, how did CAG lose that? Yeah, you actually think about the setup that they had. A 3v3, Monty, who just walks straight into pipes, goes for the plant behind the blind spot. You had full vertical above. All that happens is one guy sits on, like, maybe main breach. Monty walks in, obviously, where he was, and the other guy sits in the vert. You look at where the only guy with a C4 was the Warden. He was sat in construction. Was never going to C4. I honestly don't know what's happened. I think that is a generational fumble from CAG.
That which never happens to them. It's a roster that we always know. No, if you're new here and you don't understand the goof that I'm making, CAG for a long time have been their worst enemies. They would frequently, on international stages, on local stages, group stages, would play themselves into great positions and then play themselves out of those same positions. They habitually made those. And then for, you know, they're able to get their sort of heads on. They got themselves teed and tied together. But there, as you sort of put it, those easy rounds, if that is that CAG problem, sitting on the shoulder that starts to rear its head again, it's going to turn into a problem as Anderson gets himself checked in. Towards admin, we're back towards the top floor here. The pressure either side of it. Now as they get the read, they've got themselves a quick bit of pressure. Luca with the late reinforce on the connector wall. There's nobody to swing behind it, but it's not unexpected for CAG to try and send it for opportunity in that situation here. 3 C4s, and we talked about this position before and how powerful it is. Not if you don't have anything to catch grenades or pressure here, really, Demo.
No, and I think in terms of the terms of the defense, though, I like what I'm seeing. You know, last time, whenever they just fired bodies in towards admin, kind of disregarded what they should have done, and that was play around the util that they have. I mean, this was much better. You're wasting a lot more time. Those Goyos are going to be hitting pretty good in those late stages. Right now, that bit of a bloodbath here in trades. You know, a C4 comes in from Rumatic, but then very swiftly has been moved on to the afterlife. But for Kag, like I said, it's going to be those Goyos, and with no nades left from Anaton, how do they get rid of that? I think they have just popped one of the Goyos. Is that maybe from the Sophia from below? I think it is, yeah. Sophia's went downstairs and popped it from the verts. So at least that's gone. But look, he has the diffuser Anaton, who right now is just in the midst of it. Where's he going?
In the midst, looking for fights. Our Cully's able to get one. I'm wondering if, you know, where that was from. Potentially the pressure across. It leaves just Guard and Naps here, as Anaton's going to cement the plant. Well, not for very long. Shuri cuts the two players in half. As I said, they're a team that if they sniff opportunity, oh, they will take it there. Shuri swung the corner, heard the animation pick up, and then tried to net the result of the end of it. Kagasaka themselves in a good position. We've obviously seen, what, 2-4-2 halves here. It's generally been a defender leading map. Here they just need one more to push it away.
Oh, Kag. Again, just flooding through that bomb site so well. And one thing about Kag I've always noticed is if one guy's doing something, everyone's doing it. You know, they never really go in that kind of single player mentality, which I think is a massive issue for Mir from what I'm seeing. Yeah. Really, a lot of the time that you're seeing these rounds play out from Mir Gaming side, it's either they are all popping off and they actually go in and they win their individual engagements, or they all just lose them and then they die one by one and never any trades. That's what it feels like to me. Kag have obviously had, you know, flawless rounds in there. I think that kind of showcases it. Rumatic has obviously played very, very well, 17-9. But really, how many of the times that he has died has there been a trade? I don't think all too often. He's really just been out by himself. He does remind me of whenever Sloth was in this league playing for this exact same team not too long ago. Sloth was in the same boat. You know, we spoke to Sloth plenty of times. Sloth said he felt as though if he didn't play well, the team would lose. And if that's the mentality that Rumatic has, I wouldn't say it's the most positive, because then you're basically admitting that you don't think your team's very good.
No, it's a horrible place to be in, right? I mean, once upon a time in the history of this game, you could build a roster around a single great player. That's a million metas ago. A million
BDS farmed from that for years.
Yeah. And, well, as I get the opening here, in what is a game that is progressively, with a change of dynamics, change of meta, change of operators, and just change of how guns handle. Right? Remember how many times we've seen different things, and now in its iteration of Siege X, there's even more sort of snap to it energy. It puts them in a good lead. They've lost the Sens. Now you're looking at the rest of this lineup, the roster, the smoke canisters across the board with a Blitz and a Glaz. That's a very problematic removal here for this attempted push. The Flores is just going to try and remove any utility on towards the top yellow skylight. There's that shield gone, but you know, you've still got those discs. You've still got the catch on those smoke canisters. They're not going to land how they want. You can see them being cooked and burnt now. There's the first. There's the drop. The Blitz is instantly fed in towards Shuri. The follow-through, Rumatic suffers, but does get one out of the end of it. The Blitz is trying to steady their way across. They actually get the rotate round. They're currently in the middle of a sandwich. Arkuli and Didiman, though, leave them entirely surrounded. Kagasaka took them longer than it should, but they do cement the 2 points. Mir, though, credit to them with 2 roster changes and new stuff behind the board, get themselves 1 point and equal their total points, total results from the entirety of Stage 1.
Yeah, 1 point against, obviously, a very strong team in Kag. I think we've seen that today. Rumatic, 18 kills. Credit to him. However, if I am going to dampen the spirits, can he keep that up for the rest of the season, Emmy? Because if he can't, then you do worry for that team. It wasn't the greatest of Siege today, especially on those attacks.
2 team kills, though. Hey, we're still where we are. We'll take a quick break, but we're back. Game 2.
know how they say it's not the destination, it's the journey?
And the journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step. And you know what?
They're right.
Yep, see that right there? I feel like you need to get around that.
It's a bit of an upgrade.
Hey, what's going on everybody? For APL Stage 2, I'm Dev Marta and you're watching Shot Ones, the show where we eat hot wings and ask even hotter questions. Today, I'm joined by Enterprise Esports player Bappen, hot off the plane from EWC, 10 tournaments under his belt. Welcome. But the real question is, how are you with spicy food?
Shit.
Well, I'm sorry, but you got your work cut out for you today. We got 3 different levels of spicy wings. Why don't you dig into the one on your left? This is going to be hard to ask you the question I'm digging it. Go for it. All right. All right, Bappen. You first came into the scene with Barbie Boys over 2 years ago now. What was the experience like, and how did it shape the player that you've become? I don't think it's that spicy. It's really not that spicy. I'm going to go for another one.
It just tastes like shit.
2 years ago, Barbie Boys, how did that shape how you become?
I think Cairo got dropped or something. Him and Prez wanted to rebuild just before the stage. And I was playing ranked, like 24/7. I was grinding and they reached out to me. I think I played in like a shit team with Cake and Mons. So they saw me from there, so they asked me to play with Saved. It was.
So how did that experience affect how you've become today?
That experience did nothing. I didn't learn anything from President. No. I think Cairo was good. Cairo was good to team with, yeah. But once I got off, that 2-year journey with President, I instantly skyrocketed with someone else. So.
What do you think of the wing? You haven't eaten very much.
Yeah, they're really good.
Are you afraid to eat the spicy bit? Because it's actually.
Just eat the whole thing.
I mean, ideally, at least eat some more of the spicy bit. I tell you what, I didn't have lunch today, so this is pretty damn good.
Yeah, I just ate Nando's.
It's another 1v1, the close end for the ball, win, saves and what is going on? C'est effectivo, il m'a été de portar mais saiu de guerra. Prioritization,
as I was saying, we have to look at what's ahead of us now and not worry too much about
Wait,
the
did you
past.
see that?
What?
Wait, what is this doing here?
Whoa, what the hell is going on?
Guys, we need to go.
Jess, what are you doing here?
We need to go now.
Jess, Doc is gone, we have to go back.
There's no time. There's really no time.
Can't take this anymore. I'm tired.
He's our head coach. I have to go save him.
Welcome back here. We find ourselves through one game that, to be fair, although it was an OT loss, it went by very quickly. Demo, will we get the same sort of result here as we have? It's a little bit less of a, overdog, underdog sort of situation. This is two teams that are about to hit heads, but one of them was still, fortunately, one of those bottom two teams last time round in Enterforce 36. They were not quite able to get themselves together, and well, we'll talk about the roster when we get the graphic in a little bit, but I mean, where's your head at between them and Scars?
Well, obviously it's two Japanese sides going up against one another, but I would say there is a bit of a difference in both of them. And I think that just comes down to experience. Obviously for Interforce, there isn't a massive amount of international experience that we have on that side. Whereas if you look at Scars has been a team that we've really, since the Blast circuit has taken place, we've seen, obviously we've seen them at, I think, Copenhagen. They were there, weren't they, at that one? And then obviously have been, kind of top performers in the Japanese league for a good while also. So yeah, again, it's one of those organizations that we see, obviously a partner team as well. We've seen them at Reload, seen them at SI, but we've seen them here, there, and everywhere, really, don't we?
Yeah, I think it's always the sort of play round of it. You've got how they can get themselves in. You've got how they can play amongst Japanese Siege. You've got how they've generally always been a mid-table Japanese Siege team, sometimes drifting towards the bottom. But unfortunately for them, they're not quite able to make the difference, even though they have exceptional players. They have exceptional moments. And that's kind of the big problem here, right? Because their two best players, statistically, from the first split, are no longer with the team. You've got Mugi and Harper, who is the coach, stepping into play. Sylvia and Yamada have left in the first split. And as I said, I think Sylvia was the only positive player for the team last time round. Yamada was their sort of secondary best, played a lot of their breach roles, got themselves in. This is, for all intents and purposes, a new core behind this team, and it worries you a bit, Demo.
Yeah, I think it's going to be a big challenge, obviously, for the new players coming into it. Harper, as a coach, similar to kind of what I said about DD on CAG, realistically, it should be an easy transition because, again, he has still been in the team. Obviously, as a coach, he'll know what to do. I think DD didn't do too bad. Obviously for a coach coming into that role, and you would like to think that Harper can probably do something similar as well.
I mean, was a player in Korea for a long
was
time.
On that Cloud9 team as well, wasn't he? I think,
Cloud9,
and then the Mantis, Sandbox. The way that kind of team transitioned through all the different orgs,
and was also on D+ for a year as well before becoming a coach.
Yeah.
But their opponents are probably in a much more confident place today. Scars, you're setting yourselves in. Now we talk about the sort of teams that have fought towards the top, teams that have fought towards it in the Japanese region and beyond. Scars have always been knocking on the door of success. Huge guns, huge potential. They've had huge runs, international stages as well. I mean, really, the last split and how things went for them was probably a surprise to everybody, coming sixth and then sort of doing a bit of business and a bit of work in towards the lower bracket. I think eventually coming fourth out of all the teams, maybe even third, actually, because it was them and D+ in the finals. So they could start themselves with a much more confident approach today.
Yeah, I think for Scars, the regional has never been something they've struggled with. They've always done well in their own region. It's always been international levels is where this team hasn't performed as well. In the past two events that they've been at, SI and also Reload, they have failed to even win a map. Not even just win a game, win a map. So they've really struggled as of late in the past two international competitions. But like I said, regionally, yes, they've always been up there, have always been performing well. Obviously, and it's now the question of they're no longer just in Japan. They're now having to play with Japan and also the Korean sides that come in. And you looked at them last stage, they did not hit the same as what they usually do. So I think for Scars, it's getting to grips with also facing against those really top Korean sides. Because I think the Korean sides, you look at FearX, you look, well, D+ isn't necessarily Korean, but still top teams that Scars need to beat if they want to get into these major places.
Yeah, they need to sort of cement themselves here. And, this was, of the 3 wins they got, one of them last time round when these two teams, hit in the first phase. It was Nighthaven Labs, but it was almost all the way a 7-5 for Scars last time round on Labs, and that is immediately gone. This time is nothing that Enter Force 36 want to go back to. Makes sense. Big changes with the roster. Again, having a coach in the position, we're never sure what the dialogue is with teams as we get Bank as our last one, but it's either the coach wants to start playing again or they couldn't get the prerequisite player to fill in that 5th slot demo. And here going to Bank, Scars had the choice between Border and Bank. What do you think is the sort of mindset there?
I think they are happy enough to go to Bank. It's a map which is certainly one that's in their preference. They'll play it if it's there. The most recent time they played it, they actually beat PSG on it in the playoffs, and that was a 7-3 victory. So yeah, I think the track record is certainly there for Scars that they can win a map like Bank. Don't forget as well, they know that they also don't have the side selection on Bank, and they will be starting the attack. I think it is certainly one of the more 50-50 maps where we do see pretty, kind of even splits, because yes, basement should always kind of be won by the defense, but then you kind of a little bit iffy whenever you get into the top floor. You think about the attackers sitting in the windows. That can be really strong for them. I think Bank, the scoreline is really dependent what bomb sites the defenders choose.
Yeah, I think when you're looking at how these teams want to get themselves in, I mean, we talked about Bank, we got quite a lot of Bank the other day as well. You've got that big sort of open play space, but you have to be sharp in your approach. You have to be coordinated. It takes one plucky player to sort of throw themselves in, cause problems, and pull things away from them. And on that sort of comparative split here, when you're looking at how confident Scars are against the same region and against the sort of conversations that we've had there, I don't know. I think Border gives a little bit more to 5 plucky players or 4 plucky players being able to make something happen. Bank, you need to still have that sort of balanced strike force and that balanced play. It does work in some favors in that you've got Harper, you've got your coach, or your ex-coach. I'm not really sure how the full read on that situation is, but let's consider them coach playing as a player. It's a good one for them to be able to call things. It's a good one to almost go back to the classic days of an IGL who was, hey, the IGLs died first. That's okay. Their job is cams and coordination. And not that he can't shoot back, but we're entirely surmising coaches by a single role here. Or I am. I'm not going to throw you under the bus alongside me. Or will I?
No, I think you drive your own battle bus.
Ah, this is a different game. Imagine if players did... Well, actually, no, that's just the stadium map. We start on the high up rooftop, right?
Yeah.
We have ourselves... I mean, Bank it as a map, very favored in this region. One of the highest places. I think it had sort of a 44% attack win rate in the first split. It's generally balanced itself.
It's just a good map.
It's
just
great
generally
map.
just... In terms of what you want from a map, I think it's got everything. It's got the elements of hard breaching. It's got the elements, obviously, of hatch play. You've got anchor, plays you can go for on defense. Obviously, great roams you can go for. Big map, you can really stretch your legs. Good cutoff points. Windows, you want to play that. It's got every style of siege you could want. Bank offers that.
And these wonderful panoramics. These are the ones that we saw yesterday, actually. And the lobby is just being sorted. If you're wondering why we're so much, and well, that maybe it wasn't. Maybe production was we complimented production in the break. Then they just pulled the lobby away from us. Demo. I mean, what do you feel about that? Can you read that demo?
I'm trying to figure it out, but I'm just looking at it and I'm thinking, boy, I should have spent more time at school.
specifically learning Japanese at school.
Of course, yeah. It was an extracurricular
Wow.
activity.
I just had French at mine. Actually, no, I say that. It was French. It was Spanish. Were you at
French
one of
and
them
Spanish
schools?
is the
French and Spanish is the default too.
German if you're weird.
Did you have Latin?
Latin if yeah, well, no, not on my one, but Latin, yeah, that's another one. But
how
not on my
wild
school.
is it that schools? I don't know if they still do. But that's like option 3.
Well, I mean,
like,
Latin's basically like history, but for languages, isn't it?
Yeah. But like, them being able to strong arm their way in and be like, no, they should learn Latin. It's Julius.
Just in case they end up being like I don't know, like a Roman sculpture admirer. You just look at all the Roman sculptures, it's got like the Leviticus the third.
I like that.
I know that.
Sorry, this is a very. We'll talk about the band in a second. Now I'm entirely segueing into a conversation about language and how things are studied. Our Oz-based production team and producer is saying that Latin is so European coded. Sorry to flaunt my Europe all over this APN broadcast. It is true though, because they had German, French, and Indonesian. Very cool third option. Anyway, Clash gone immediately. Banned. Get out of here. 2 hard breaches to make patches, make those sort of
2 ranged hard breachers as well, by the way. So
Yes.
Canto walls never being opened up on the top floor, which is one thing to note.
It's it's standard bank limitations here, and as you talk about Kanto, we're about to see it. No, we're not. Fire extinguisher, we can't see anything, but on the other side of that, there it is. This position will remain solid the whole time. They're trying to circle and encircle somebody who isn't actually here.
Nobody's roaming.
This face check, this quick clear though for Scars, it's going to work in their element.
Got 1 guy in blue stairs and that's it. Everyone else is just chilling in the bomb site. Again, it makes sense whenever you're playing with that smoke, you're playing with a Goyo, you want to turtle up, you've got the Tub as well. Yes, you have no Cade, obviously, he's always going to be banned away from the hatches, but Tub can still waste 30 seconds on the hatch, which, again, it could be the make or break. They're also doing the trick with the Aruna Gate. Did you see that? The Aruna Gate isn't actually activated because a player is standing on the table downstairs. If the observer can just get a quick view of that, you'll see that the guy will be downstairs on the table.
There it is.
And then now he jumps off of it, and boom, in goes the Aruna Gate, stops the hard breach gadget going off. However, it's only good for 1, though.
And
still,
look how many they have, Demo.
Yeah.
4 to 5 players. I mean, they're like, you limit our hard breach, fine. We don't need these extra stuff. We can balance it around. You've obviously got Striker being able to bring the frag grenades alongside those charges as well. You've got a lot of pressure you can apply behind the Candelas and the Sense Gadget. And then obviously the Grimbees, they are very much encircling for a fight. And that's the problem, though. Because all they have to sort of hide things is Nina does find Choppy, gets that opening kill. Now slightly less.
Hatch?
Yeah, I'm not entirely sure. Unless it was just...
Yeah, it was from Serve. He just swung the hatch and killed the guy out on square. Crazy.
Well, Wishoy gets revenge. Nina is gone. Balances out. So now they don't have the smoke. This is going to turn into such a weird fight here, Demo, because we don't have a lot of the traditional ideas this take. It's going to be a blind and a push around the back. They're going to try and catch him on the back end, but they swing in and get caught by the grenade. Couldn't quite cement the kill. Wishoy lucky to live there, but now they've lost the Warden and also 2 Candelas. Demo, apart from the Sense Gadget and now a C4 to battle against, with 30 seconds, they're just going to try and roll it and send it in at this point.
Goyo. Oh, the Goyo that has not been shot, but they're going to need to try and pop it. And have they done so? I think that they have. So they have to flood deep. They can't go in free server enemy. They either have to drop hatches or just try and tank some of the fire, but that's not going to happen. They have to move.
They have no other option now. Wishoy goes for the drop on the hatch, gets himself behind the bomb chassis, but that C4, oh, just won't connect it. I'm not sure if that was shot out, but there's the push. He's next to him. Oh, he gets him at the end and timed out on the round. What a weird dance we dance.
Oh my goodness me. Wow. Just about got there in the end. Yeah, I mean, Scars, very, very slow in their approach. That Goyo canister was not dealt with. Whenever, obviously you've mentioned before about a lot of hard breach gadgets, then you start to open yourself up for maybe areas that you need bit more nades maybe. Yes, you still have the striker for the nades, but I think the nades were used primarily for clearing away the guy on blue stairs. They also had the Twitch, but then again, how reliable is Twitch at being able to get rid of all of the Goyo canisters? Obviously, as demonstrated, maybe not as reliable as what people would think.
Yeah.
So having the 4 sets of tin openers, yes, it helps if you're dealing with the kind of the Aruni trick, but I mean, I get the idea of bringing in the, the hard breach gadgets rather than, operators with flashes and smokes, because you think about 2 of the staple operators that they had, Ying and Sense. Both of their primary gadgets are basically flashes and smokes.
Now, having a quick sort of pan around and a scroll down of how these 2 teams operate on this map, and unfortunately the results are generally more skewed towards a balanced fight here from the side of Scars. I don't think it's any surprise. Over the past 180 days in the plays on the first time round, they were generally able to get themselves a pretty even split across their attack and the defense. However, the sad story is Enter Force 36. They were, let's just say, stressed on their attack. They were only able to really get 20-25% of the rounds in towards their favor there. If they do not get a strong opening here on their defense, which, yeah, they've got the first one, but I have to be a little bit more convinced, because the timeout drop, pushing around through gadgets and being in knife range, that does not make you feel like you are solid. That does. Another opening kill. Another one against Grim twice on 2 different players. They have been the first body gone, but as they just try and flood their way in towards the top here, it's actually Scars getting 3. Wishoy wipes them away. Rek gets 1 on the end of it. Now it's just Akuzu left. What a way for them to strong arm in. The first 2 kills went to Enter Force 36's way, but the entry was forced upon them. And now, as the plant's being confirmed in a slightly beast position, he's got some safety round behind on the B site, but it doesn't matter because Rek have to watch across the long desk. Another rush, another round.
Yeah, good work of the util. Again, this is what I mean with Bank. It has every playstyle that you want to go for. If you want to play aggressive in the windows, you can do so. And yeah, I think the thing that really impressed me about Scars was the ability to trade their kills back whenever they lost them. Yeah, that guy died to the player playing inside off the front desk. And straight away, someone from Scars is there for the trade. That's what it's all about. It's not going in one by one. It's being able to work as a team, work together. If somebody does die, you're there to pick up the pieces. Never give the opposing side an advantage. So, yeah, very impressive stuff from Scars. That is how you respond after losing your first round. And for E36, I mean, it's just a case of you get caught out once, isn't it? So you kind of give them the benefit of the doubt. Everyone can get caught out by a rush like that, But if it happens again, Emmy, then we start putting question marks above their heads.
There's like a weird element, right, of how things have come together, because you look at it, it's a 1-1 game. Mugi's been able to get 3 of the kills, with Nina getting 1. So, Enter Force 36 have 4 kills. 2 of them were in that round. 2 of them were in the round that they won. Rek, in the meantime, 5-0 across the opening 2 rounds. Just got themselves a triple kill. The pacing of this still worries me for Enter Force 36, because a last-minute do or die is something that Scars can try and fix on. The fact that they threw themselves in, there was an advantage, and then the advantage sort of slipped away. At this point, it's down to maybe a clean entry and more of a clean getaway. There's the sledge, making a presence known above the site itself. They're just going to try and force the stock room and force any pressure here, but not looking for the immediacy of an engagement. You just want to create the idea that this is now an entry point that can be a surprise tool to be used and played for later. The heavy support and dependence as the Candelas start to rain on through, but there's the motion behind it. Swings round from a slightly unexpected window, goes wider and wider, assuming somebody's going to try and make an appearance behind the smoke on the top of Kanto, but instead they use that, draw some attention, draw some bait, and pull themselves further away. Akuzu's prepped one way towards vending, Harper's looking the other. They've got the crossfight and fire, and instead fall and fade themselves away down White. There's the swing up and back down the main stairs. They've handed over some territory, and really all it's taken is 1 Candela and a core.
For Scars, it's trying to take that map control. if they can get in with that util, similar to what they did for their basement attack, of course. Basically, E36, I think the idea was to stop any form of shield walking in through that that double door, which is always a risk that you take with this bomb site, as we know how strong Monty can be, where just walk straight in through the kitchen door and plants behind the bomb. So you can see that they've got the combo of the smoke and the echo to deny that from happening, but Scars haven't went for the shield approach. Instead, it will be, I would say, more orientated probably towards a hatch drop and go for the plant in the corner, just based on their lineup at the moment with the operators that they have. You think about the Ying can clear out the entirety of open area and in towards kitchen, and it's very easy just for a simple drop into a plant.
Well, now it's a simple drop into a plant as they try and make their way past the smoke canister, and Mugi's able to pretty much clean them up here. Either side, the fight's coming together. The next smoke canister will push Wishoy off the second plant spot, and they're out of here. Caught, pushed, bullied away. I get it. Does find one, and Fish gets one of his own, but they're still coughing and spluttering and suffering. Akuzu gets another. There's the swing round, and Fish still making work of 2 versus 1, but Mugi has got himself in between the two players. So they sit, they wait, they go for the down in the plant, but they can't quite get it. Fish he's able to cement this as the rotate comes around. Nothing to try and stop this with 9 seconds. So instead, one player pulls up. Exactly. They've had to rotate out. They fully know where that player wanted to get the flash on towards the position. They're watching from the verticality, and that should be all that she wrote. But steady and slow rotate round. That's not possible. And, well, that definitely isn't. Scars! I mean, it was back and forth, but even with the smoke doing all that they can, just being able to frag their way through the problem, I would say 2 rounds in a row demo here for Scars.
Yeah, like I said, the trade game. It's great from Scars. They lose bodies in one area, but then they make up for it in others. Yeah, nearly there from that smoke. I think the smoke did really well to obviously nail his canisters, make sure that plant wasn't going to go down. You just think that maybe was there an opportunity, maybe where the Fenrir could have played a little bit more aggro whenever that plant was going down. You know, does he in that universe just think, instead of rotating the way he did in through Tellers and Archives, does he not just front up and try the 1v1 kill? Because he knows the other guy sat in elevators holding him. You know, it is an element where you just have to go for that gunfight. Because he should know in his head, if that diffuser gets planted, they can just sit above or sit outside copy window and you can't win. So I think just in little tiny decisions like that, I think you have to be brave and you just have to take the gunfight in that 2v1. Because you're never going to stop the diffuser from where he was. He's so far away from it.
Now, as another round sort of falls away, it's a bit better, a bit more back and forth. It comes down to the 2 versus 1 on what is an off-the-piece position, but I'm still looking at these approaches, right? I'm still looking at, I guess, trying to weigh things up against the idea of convention. You're looking at the other leagues that we cast, the teams that we cover. You're looking at how they go for these approaches. Still not operating behind the shield. They lose the Candelas, the Yings are gone, so the breach is going to be slightly different. But at this point, with still only the Twitch to try and get rid of a lot of utility here, before you go for a plant behind a sense wall, it just feels like that was the chaos last time, and they're going to try and make it work this time, I guess.
Trying their best. Stars are ferocious again and just taking this map control.
Yeah.
No. 336. Same thing they did last time. Just try and play around with the util. Use the time management. One thing to note as well, Amy, is you look at the sense has the nades this time rather than that other set of hard breaching gadgets. Knowing that, hey, maybe we need more util to eliminate the Goyo canisters, because that was what inevitably done them over the last time they were here.
Yeah, that's the sort of, that's the one change, really, that they've got. They've obviously still sent with the plan, as I said, and how chaotic it ended. Yeah, you weren't a million miles away from getting it to plant, but think of, the Jin swing here on this position. They're still going to sit and overstay the welcome. The Grim was the one that lost first time round, swinging on towards the hatch itself. There's the same play and strategy against that gate on the hatch itself. There's the breach. They pull themselves back. 1:20, and there's still an aggressive position being held here. The Warden is waiting. And, I get why they're in this position. They're doing it with the shotgun. They have the C4 to try and put the pressure onto the door and pull themselves back. It's another set of Grimbees, but there's nothing that's directly forcing the player Oh no, there goes Wreck. There goes. I don't know if they still had at least a grenade, but that is one of those precious bits of utility.
They had a grenade, yeah.
So now they're just going to try and force the fight. This is going to be a team kill probably. Nope, they do get one out of it this time round though, but it's a 3 versus 4. Now they've lost the Deimos as well. They've still got to get the breach on the wall, which I don't think they have any more pocket hard breach can. So at this point, Demo, it's going to be even scrappier. A forcer, a fly around the hatches, throwing themselves in. That wall's still locked, so now they definitely have to go to a strange location. There's a single C4 to try and slow them down here, and this is that change round. They lost that smoke, remember, very early on. They can entirely deny that site with some awareness. Hey, that awareness, that awareness, that awareness, that awareness, that awareness. What is aware? Nothing. Too little, too late. And Choppy survives on a single HP in a 4 versus 2 post-plant fine. They can still pull this back, especially with the fact that the wall is solid. You can only really watch it from the hatch itself, and Choppy gets one. Swung round either side. And if Scars scream their way through onto this daylight bloody robbery Demo.
Oh, look at where he's planted. Obviously, the smoke is going to have the default kind of lineups for the single breach, where you open up the wall and you kind of tuck into that blind spot. That's what the smoke was smoking. He never once thought that, hey, he's going to plant deep, almost where you would see a shield plant. So he missed the smoke. And we know, Emmy, the amount of times that we've seen a bank basement, whenever that diffuser hits the ground and it gets planted on that bomb site, it is it the toughest retake? It could be.
Attackers have located a bomb.
I mean, the fact that they operated with even less, I think is the bit that's stressing me out more than anything. You know, you're looking at these huge sort of elements.
Can I point one thing out as well, who you have to give credit to? I don't know who it was. Whoever dropped the back hatch.
10 seconds to go.
Whoever dropped the back hatch was the savior of that round. Yeah?
5 seconds to insert.
Did he do anything? No. He didn't get any kills. He basically fell into a Goyo trap and got absolutely mowed down by 2 people. But the important thing that I've just mentioned there is 2 people. He dragged 2 people out of position, one of them being the player inside of gold. The one player who could have easily swung and killed that player planting the diffuser. He had to leave his position to go and deal with that guy at the back. That's the point I want to make so important. That player dying in the back, dragged them out of position to make that plant possible.
Credit to him. Pull one out. I mean, what a way for it to sort of peel and pull its way together here, and now from this point onwards, looking in towards how they drive themselves further onto this, the fact that we are teetering on Scars, just, you know, it's rough to sort of say entirely running away with it, but the fact that they are cementing themselves from the back of very scrappy moments, right? It's almost a shame here for Enterforce 36, but it's not that Scars are infallible. We still have the same conversations at this point that I would say about them. They're still losing the entry pretty consistently. Then Wreck swings up, and now what? They're putting pressure on the site. They're inside the site again. Here comes that other rush. Here comes that pressure. It's a C4 trade out, and Harper gets one to at least push the balance into their favor. Doubled down by Nina. Just leaves Fishlight. Here, this is more the expected result, I would say, of some of how those rounds have started, but I will end this conversation the same way I started. These aren't the teams that we want to see Scars beating. These aren't the teams that Scars want to see Scars beating. Teams that they will be beating are the ones that will be punishing this playstyle so much more than Enterforce 36 are.
Yeah, it just feels as though Scars are almost how close can we kind of take this, isn't it? You know, how many inches can we get out of them here?
Yeah.
And I think maybe are they starting to overdo it a little bit? I think this is where they're starting to get caught out. Again, for Scars, like a lot of the rounds, even that Scars have won as well, have been not the cleanest. Like, it's not as though they've went in and had flawless rounds. Maybe, you know, look at Kag earlier on today. Kag had a few flawless rounds in there. You know, good siege, dominant in what they were doing. I mean, Scars are really being worked, aren't they? They're really having to work hard for the rounds that they've had. And E36, I think they've been quite unfortunate with a few of the rounds that they've had. But still, as it stands, Scars is still ahead, but only just the 1 round difference. If E36 get this into an even split, then anything can happen, because like I mentioned on Bank, the attack does open up for as many possibilities as strategies that you want to go for. You know, it's not a map where you have to play the one play style. You have options there, and I think, especially for a side such as E36, where they're still trying to make a name for themselves inside of this league, I think that's good for them. You know, it allows them to play their style of stage that they want to, because Bank allows that.
Well, 3-2 here, Scars, and immediately trying to find the fight. Here messes it up. Didn't have a clean rotate, but there's Choppy and Mugi. And we're sure it's all trades. All go, 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 go. Deimos forces the player off. There is still one in the small cubby box as well, ready for the swing round. Not sure if they have a route out, but as Jin finds Choppy, I don't think they really need one here. Scars try something big, bold, and beautiful, but unfortunately, Brash hasn't quite netted them everything. But again, there's still a pickup round. Like does put it into a 2 versus 2. Is expecting another swing. 1 minute of the round is gone. 6 players are dead. We are down to a Deimos tracking on towards the back here, trying to slip their way back towards the site bot main, with Nina hanging around. Oh, he gets it. It was close. It took a risk, and they were rewarded. And we get our first glimpse at the site. With a minute 30 left, 1 player left, probably about 10 HP. What can Washoy do?
He's gonna need tracks. So what he needs to do is see if he can try and just bring it into almost the individual engagements. For Nina and Harper, it's just sit beside each other, hold each other's hands if you need to. I mean, they'll hear him coming no matter which way Washoy's going to go. They will know. Yeah, because they'll hear him above. They'll hear him rotate if it's going to be main stairs. Right now, they know he's inside of lobby. That's for the hatch drop. He gets the info 1 for the Deimos, but oh no, he can't drop that. The barbed wire would essentially kill him, so no, he has to go a different avenue.
There's a Goyo. Oh, this is... It's tragic. Immediately caught. Yeah, I mean... Pull one out for Deimos. That was like choosing the way you die. That was...
That barbed wire there, that was rough, wasn't it?
The barbed wire on the drop. There was also a Goyo ready to pop. You had 3 smoke canisters in the pocket. As you said, there was full awareness. They tried to be a bit sharp and rotate round. They couldn't get the shotgun drop on the hatch in time. So that gave the defenders time to just turn around, sit, wait, watch. 3-3. Some ludicrous rounds.
Oh. Well, I did say even split is kind of what's the norm here for both these teams. And I think for E36 getting that even split now, a lot of confidence. I think they've got the momentum now. The momentum's almost kind of shifted here. They were 3-1 down. Now it's back up to 3-3. If E36 get the next one, then you start thinking, oh boy, that Scars really have to dig deep. Obviously, for a team like Scars, whenever it comes to their bank defense, whenever we last seen them play this map up against PSG, they were able to take 4 defensive round wins against them. So, in terms of the defense, yes, it's going to probably be a pretty good thing for Scars. I think this is their preferred side choice for bank. So you do expect big things, and an operator that you did mention earlier that we didn't really get to see so far today, the Denari comes in. We've seen a good amount of him, not yesterday, the day before, inside of APAC, whenever we were covering Asia. What have teams got in store?
Setting them up on the stairs, the home alone, as I called it, was the one that netted a kill. As always, the sort of great moment, but I want to see more intricacy. Here underneath this window is a great place. We've seen some very fun setups around this environment. There, like that being tucked around instead of directly underneath, it's going to be a bit awkward. Now, it doesn't take a lot to destroy those, if anything, but you have to get the angle on towards destroying them. Again, we have both range hard breaches gone. Some limitations on towards the approach here. This is going to be that test of Enterforce 36, I think, across their scars. Though they've taken some slightly interesting approaches on their attacks. Questions posed by a team that has had some roster changes, struggled with this more than anything, does get a freebie on Fishlike. I say freebie. Very hurt. No trade out the end of it. And it's your Echo as well.
Yeah. Certainly an operator that you would like to have during those late stages, but even just the general consensus that I see a lot with the Echo and the Bank, it's not so more for the denial, it's the fact that you have like just a drone to cover the entirety of that lobby, you know, being able to have that active information. Ooh, a one-tap there from Jin as well on direct. But yeah, the Echo is just good for scouting out for the roamers. A big map, especially that lobby area, you whack up the Echo cam in, you know, somewhere in that lobby, you'll get info, you'll get value out of it, and losing that early on, yeah, it's rough. But right now for Scars, it seems to be a fairly heavy hold here in towards the mid floor. Nobody in the bomb site whatsoever, and it's paying off for them. Another kill on the roam. E36 just cannot deal with the roamers.
What? I mean, you had a player there in the sort of electric box holding on, and then they're picked up by the trade on the archive side. They have somebody surrounded them. E36 have just seemed unaware of the way that they like to play. I guess they sort of brought expectations. Kaid's on the board. Maybe they'll lock the hatches. Let's bring the Maverick. No, they've just thrown themselves in towards it, kept everything open, gone for the fight, and there's Choppy getting the last. And I mean, it was almost a statement of expected game there from the attackers. They said, look, this is sight, this is what we think they'll do. And then Scars went, no, we're going to kill you in open. No, we're going to run into Electric and have somebody on Archives and have the swing round. No, we're going to run our Echo out of Garage. It's almost how Scars have played this entire game, and I'm still not convinced by it, but
attackers need to locate and defuse as many bombs as they can.
Yeah, it's not been like the cleanest of Siege, and I kind of said that as well during their attacking phase. Obviously, for Scars, that one, it was kill. Whenever you see an alibi be brought in, you kind of think, okay, what's the angle here we're trying to get at? Because it's not an operator that you think strategically. People play that for the gun and only the gun. So, yeah, it's a weird day for Scars. It is. It's very, very weird for them. But I still think they're the kind of team where I don't think we'll see their full strength until the BO freeze. I think that's one thing about them in BO1s. They just can't. They usually just glide their league, don't they? Obviously, like I mentioned before, it's a little bit different now with the Korean sides that they have to go up against, and they've seen that firsthand last season. But you also made the point. These aren't the teams that are playing against a team like E36. Not to discredit them, but Scars are going to have tougher games, which will define their season.
Yeah. And I think that's the sort of play around in it, right? This is a building block game for both these teams. But Enterforce 36 is much more like a let's set a pace, let's get a feel for the roster, get ourselves locked in with the new changes. Yeah. Scars should be more solid.
Scars a partner team. Already you have the expectations the same way that obviously we look at our EML teams, sorry. You think about BDS. BDS didn't even make it into the top 6, and they're a partner team. We put question marks on them because you're a partner team. You know, you don't get relegated. That does not give you an excuse to play poor. You need to be showing up.
Here, you know, again, early sort of removal. It just feels... One entry kill has gone into the favor of Scars across this whole game. It doesn't feel like they're putting their all in towards it. It doesn't feel like they're playing a game that is going to improve their results from last time round when things were already surprisingly not great. As I said, they improved drastically when they got to playoffs. But at this rate, when we've seen other teams knock on the door, we've seen Mir have a better performance here earlier on today. It's another kill that goes away from them. Almost a third has sort of preempted the fight there at the top of the main stairs. Instead, they pull themselves back. They've got at least... Oh no, they push themselves forward and remove what I've said. There's 3 players left to the side of Scars, and 2 of them want to try and take the fight. Choppy
Great pick back.
Is able to get one. Rex suffers next, but does win out against Harper. It's a fight on the window itself. Suddenly, it's a 3 versus 3.
Yeah, I've prayed this as well about Scars. They're so good at getting the kills back, aren't they, whenever they lose them? They never allow the opponents to have that advantage. They always try and fight for what they've lost. And I give credit to them because now they're right back in this round. This is difficult now for E36 because you look at the operator that they lost, that being the sledge. So any potential vert is going to be null and void. In goes the Maverick onto this quad wall. They'll start making a few holes. But it doesn't look as though anyone's inside a kitchen to really be too bothered by these. You can see all 3 players are situated inside of open area. But again, Emmy, all this is doing is you're putting a few holes in. You're not exactly getting yourself into the bomb site for these Maverick holes. That's only going to be used as, you know, to hold an angle.
There's 20 seconds. 20 seconds now. The flashes come around the back. They're just going to try and push their way on and just fire some fight across it. There's Nina getting one from the angle. The plant is behind. Nina gets another before being traded out by Rek, who cannot quite cover the divide. The post-plant situation, and this is a tricky one. They're either side of the door. They're hoping they get peeked. I guess, and E36 are hoping that they don't give them that opportunity. Now, they know that one is behind the chassis because that's where the plant will always go down. They did not see them rotate out. There's the cover of the door. E36 peel themselves back. Touch and go for a period of time, but just enough to push themselves over the edge.
Yeah, good composure. Probably for Scars, you needed somebody maybe trying to retake in towards Tellers and Archives there, because all 3 of them were just sat and open.
Yep.
And then that's very, very simple for obviously the attackers to hold that, because we've seen that, you know, the Maverick drilling those holes in just to hold those angles. If you had fired in somebody flanking up a blue stairs there, or flanking in for Tellers and Archives, that makes that attack a lot more scarier for E36. So Scars needed to do a little bit more, because that felt a little bit too easy, especially with the time, like, not a massive amount of time left, 15 seconds, but it kind of felt though that E36 had all the time in the world just based on the positioning of those remaining defenders.
So, put out and stunned by an exploding fire extinguisher. I hate it when that happens.
Reloading.
That happened to you much in your line of work?
Going to drone this part.
Are you thinking about whether it happens to you, or have I just triggered a flashback? Like a...
You may have. You may have.
So sorry. Just so sorry.
All of a sudden, I'm back in a helicopter,
fire
flying
extinguishers
over the field. So
fire extinguishers. Yeah, you grow fire extinguishers. It's a very strange job. I don't think people expected that to be a natural phenomenon. Here, Rek, I want to see more. I know I've set it up. Not specifically Rek, sorry. Scars in general. We were just on Rek. Scars, I want to see more. I want to see more of the sort of control game. I want to see the team not throwing themselves in early on these engagements, not losing the entry 8 times, or 7 of 8 times even. Because Jin almost gets caught out as the first fight across the windows. They're being cautious, Scars. They're keeping some control here. They have eyes on an approach, and this feels less loose than previous Scars sort of holds. It's giving Enterforce 36 things to have to work with, things to have to cook with. There is a spray back and forth that isn't quite netting anything, as I'm not going to say they're timid, but they're cautious.
Yeah.
Now, coverage of the smoke.
See the Echo as well, just getting the drone in position. They know what take it's going to be. It's going to be straight in through the windows, and if that yokai drone is going to be sat on top of the guy going for the plant, then this could put an issue in for the attackers.
I mean,
yeah,
instantly in the Capital bolt, and then went further in towards the smoke even. Just picked up, and I mean, easy. Easy.
Obvious. It's too obvious what they were going to go for, wasn't it? You know, you got about 5 different people in the windows. You're hearing Capital bolts being fired in towards Janitor alongside of the bees. The Echo giving the information, using the smoke. Yeah, just simple for them. Too obvious for Scars. They needed to dilute, or for E36, sorry. They needed to maybe apply some back pressure. Maybe they should have had a guy pushing in lobby ages ago.
And it says a lot about how, you know, they played that patiently. This is the difference. That it should have been most rounds here. Gator gets himself his third for the round. He's been able to just lock them off with that heavy hitting DMR. Leaves Harper, previous coach, now player, alone. Now there is the pressure that's coming in front of him. I think there's pressure potentially behind him as well. There is. You can see just peering out the bottom of Archives, wants to sort of express their route up, but they won't get the opportunity. 4K for Gator. Scars get themselves easily the most solid round we've seen this match.
Well, pretty good. Pretty good so far. In terms of the defense here for Scars, taking 2 rounds out of the 3. Nice clean one as well to finish it off. That last round always helps them with the momentum. I think the biggest thing I'm seeing again from E36 is I think that round does show just a little bit of the inexperience shining through. You know, that take that they've went for is bog standard. You know, guys in the window using the Capital, playing in with the Grim, for example. But you cannot make it that obvious. You need to be applying some form of chaotic pressure at another portion in that map. May that be maybe a Monty walking up through Spiral? Could that be maybe a Blitz running straight into Janitor, for example? You know, little things like that, I think, just makes the defenders sit a little bit more uncomfortable, and then you can get away with swinging in and going for a plant whenever all of that chaos is going on around other portions of the round. We move into now our basement, and last time here for Scars, it was just a roam fiesta. Nobody in the bomb site, everyone out and about, stretching their legs, getting the kills. You would like to hope that E36 will deal with this. It's either they're going to have a really good capitalization on dealing with the roamers, or if you know a team, Emmy, is just going to be off-site, where are they not going to be?
Well, they're not going to be at the site, I think.
There you go.
Oh,
and that means that potentially the garage crouch spot could be pretty good for the Nook. However, there's actually a guy inside a garage who's going to be the Echo. He wasn't here last time, I don't think.
No, well, the Echo tried to run out last time from this position. This time they've learnt a slight lesson. They've pulled themselves back 20 feet. They are still potentially going to run out, but they're not going to do it immediately. They are their own watch. Like, they're their own sort of, I'll hold garage, you lot don't worry about me. But I like that they're not just throwing themselves into the engagement early. They're forcing E36 to have to think about things. And that's what you want to do with generally any team. There are some teams that you don't want to let them get set up. You can play a quick game against them. You can put them off balance. But in this situation, with the changes, with how these teams have operated in the past, and with how attack has been a big struggle for E36 last split, comparatively against their defense, this is the stretch you can put in. Uzu almost got a catch on towards, I think that is the Mozzie, yeah, Bushoi, who was slipping their way originally down Archives, wants to actually head back up main, is so tempted by the idea of an engagement here. Instead, doubles up, some support back in towards open. They're forcing motion. They're not entirely giving themselves in. They're not full sent it. 3 rounds ago, we would have seen this Scars entirely throwing themselves in. Here, they pull back a bit. They do get wrecked. They get the first. Good clear here from E36. A minute on, and they can focus on the hatch. But do they know they're not a million miles away from a Mozzie? Washoy. Sad. Watching. Waiting. Choppy could find a hatch to explore. They're looking at gold. And they take it up the vault behind the Nook. Either side of the fight. It's pinged. It's called. It's a confrontation that Choppy wins out. We saw it through the wall, and Nina gets Choppy. As Mookie does go for the plant inside the site itself. It's a fight above the hatch, and, well, the Monty's just made it happen because everybody else is dead, Demo. E36. You raise the question, if they're not in the site, where are they? Oh, busy.
Yeah, and look, that's the issue with the way that you want to play there for Scars. It's what are you leaving open? And certainly what you're leaving open is just a Monty walking in for your server and going for the plant, which is, again, fairly common and fairly easy. I will say, I think Washoy needed to get that kill. And he botched the shots, didn't he? Whenever he went for the swing onto the guy inside of Tellers, he needs to make that kill happen. he gets that kill. It gives him hatch. Potential for stopping the plant. I don't know, because I think the Monty was planting in a position where you could not be seen from the hatch. But still, you need to get that kill before anything else happens in that round. And he just missed the shots. He botched it. Much better from me, 36. They didn't allow that roam game to control the tempo of what they wanted to do on the attack. For a good part of that, I feel as though they just kind of tried to almost a half ignore where they were aware where the roamers were. But it's not as though they wanted to go out of the way to fight them. They said, all right, we know where they are. If we just keep them there, keep them in the holding pen, we should be okay just to walk into the bomb site. And they did that successfully.
It's another long game. There's a sort of surprising feel to it. And, you know, Enterforce 36, 336, I appreciate how they have sort of cooked that previous round, how they brought things together. They are calculating things out. They're running the numbers and the maths. And as I said, already statistically, they're as successful as they've ever been on this map, on attacking this map. Not the way that they want to start it, but, well, if Nina can be a means to continue, there's a no! Iron Gator somehow gets that kill. Harper gets wrecked in the meantime, but Blitz, what a missed moment that was there for Nina. Huge swing round, and, you know, you've lost the line, you've lost the Blitz, you've lost most of your sledge. When you're still playing against the smoke with 2 canisters, there's gonna be a rough landing here wherever they try and find themselves through. What can the remaining 3 of this team do? Utility-wise, they've got range to work with. But that's sort of it, outside of just going in and gunning.
Now they're having to use that sledge to try and clear away the roamers inside his Tellers and Archives, but Harper at the moment not fine with Shoy, who he is hunting for. A yellow ping. There is some form of information. Shoy now also starts to get tagged up from, I believe that's going to be from Square, and somehow with Shoy still alive, never mind, jumps out the window into Hakasu's arms and catches him. Big old grin in his face, and now it is going to be a 3-on-3, but the biggest issue is no hard breach to be seen. That quad wall is not being moved anytime soon. How they're going to be able to win this is going to be a first for me if I see it P1.
I mean, that's it, right? They cannot really force the Scars players too out of position. The smoke canister on towards Archives won't land, so they're able to pick it up and move it round. This is the approach they're trying to make. The only place they could get this to land is to slip their way through, get a plant behind the desk itself and get it locked in, but that needs pressure on Archives. That needs pressure to come and draw the focus of the smoke away, and with 27 seconds left and waiting for this first smoke to dissipate, knowing that, well, that's going to happen. There's going to be one more. Instead, they open up over the top. There's a frag grenade, not quite getting itself all the way around. 15 seconds. This is very much an attempt at a do or die. There's a BP watching all of this as well on the back. There is one more for Akuzi. What? No! What? No!
I'm sorry. Did Callie kill 2 people?
I am in disbelief. My belief, it's in dis. I mean, you said it. It's going to be a first. It was. But what happened? What happened?
How are 2 people dying to someone who has the equivalent of a bolt-action sniper rifle from World War II? It's not even a machine gun!
They also have an SMG that goes...
But there was no SMG! It was 2 sniper kills! Ow! Ow!
So, let's just talk about how that final... So this, I mean, great from Gator there. Rough one from Nina. Oh. Especially with the other player around on the back, gets the immediate pickup here. Okay. Yeah, it was 2 with you. You're entirely right. They've just... Congratulations, Scars. You just made it to a montage clip.
Defenders, protect your bomb. Defused by attackers.
So how that played out 3 of the walls reinforced, everything being read by a BP, 10 seconds left on the clock. Couldn't force the player out from behind the wall because they were struggling with the grenade over the top. So instead, they just threw a smoke in and sent it. And it worked. I don't know. E36 pulled themselves onto map points, guaranteed themselves OT. Massive improvement. Well, I say massive improvement. It's technically a slight improvement. They did get 5 rounds against Scars when they met last time in stage 1 on labs. But really, I'm just a bit confused and a bit disappointed in Scars, I think.
Oh, that's all they need to know.
You've disappointed,
not angry.
Demo.
Not angry. Just disappointed.
Just disappointed. And yeah, I'm sure the Scars fans feel the same.
Scars have made it onto one of my lists.
Oh, they're on the list.
On the list.
You're on the list.
I feel like Chris Jericho if anyone gets that reference.
Yep. Any wrestling fans out there? Now, at this point, E36, they've been able to pull the timeout, obviously, from Scars. Yeah. Why not? When else could you have taken it? But what else could possibly go wrong here? Harper was looking for a route round. They forced the player slightly further down main stairs and all the way back in. As they take the drop, take the rotate, and take the control. I mean, it's a heavy sort of dedication here on towards the hold itself. Now, the control on those stairs, the Twitch drone's going to have work to do, but you'd say, you know, what else could get rid of those Goyo canisters? Not a huge amount without just being blinding on the player and trying to send yourself in. The Maverick's going to have to try and get some work done on the hatches first, which is where the rotate's coming around. You can see all of them heading on towards blue, and Washoi should really take the writing on the wall and get out of there. There's the line being burnt through. There's at least one more Goyo canister, I assume, on that wall, unless it was the Twitch drone that got both. Yes, there is still one more, so they can burn themselves another 20 seconds here if they want. E36, they've got to make sure that they're doing work elsewhere as well.
I'm reloading.
As now, this is their post. Washoi will not leave their post. They will hold on to their post and hope the drop. Because that is soft means that they can take that with some confidence, get themselves in a really good aggressive position. It's made a bit awkward now for Washoi because this is soft. They're hoping to open it, and now Washoi gets 2 because they were too focused on opening the soft door below from a neat little trick from the hatch to, hey, watch this trick. I've killed 2 people.
Last ready to knock up.
Well, I think that might have cooked the round. For E36, losing 2. And the player on blue stairs is usually a sign of, well, guys, kind of botched that one, and I think that could be the case because there's still smokes. Gonna have to run deep, and, well, Jin's gonna try his best. Is anyone gonna go on to this? It looks like they have. They stopped the diffuser. And now Nina in the 1v3. No time, no diffuser. Out of luck, out of time. Out of
time.
Over. Thanks, Tim.
It's alright. There's... Okay, I can't say much, but there's some EML content we filmed yesterday that includes us making a joke about overtime that I'm excited to see it come together. But anyway, that's the vague. We had a random person in Denmark vaguely like Tim say overtime, and that's the only lead in on the content I will say.
Whenever you say vaguely, was he just a man with no hair?
That we put glasses on, yes.
Yes, there it is.
Yeah. You've got us. You've got us dead to rights there, Demo.
Any bald man? Tim! That must be Tim. He's bald.
Gotta be Tim.
Who else has no hair?
Why people keep calling me Tall Fast Ann? I'm Tall Ann. She's Fast Ann. We need more Anns.
10 seconds to go.
Hand's very
5 seconds
small.
left before insertion.
Hand's actually 3'10", if anyone didn't know.
The silence before that, as if you were like, as if it was either you were running the numbers or it was just like a very hard thing to admit. It was like a.
It's weird because you've got Anne who's 3'10", and then Ollie is actually a freakish 11'6".
Oh, and Harper is dead.
The way it works.
Yeah. You're right about all these things. At this point, we'll see how things start to otherwise cook for the roster, but with Rek getting Kuzu, why does it suddenly feel like Scars have turned it on?
I'm sorry, did you see that angle? What a bored little player. What a sad little player you are, Rek.
What a sad little life you
angle.
lead.
What a sad little man. Who gets that reference?
We're about to have now the pressure on towards the site. They are not sort of wasting time. They're not sitting around. They're not stuck in the mud of this. Nina does find one. Swings around on towards Alligator. They've lost the IQ. It seems like they're just going to try and send it behind the shield itself. All the options are open on towards the basement. Push. The gold hatch is there. And, well, with a bulletproof that is watching Garage and with 2 dead players to watch it, they should feel confident at least that no pressure will come that way unannounced. But otherwise, Scars, I don't think they care too much about hiding their intentions. They're putting their pressure on their chest and boldly breaking through the wall in towards the site itself. But this, the drop down, is going to be that awkward coverage. You have to have a keen awareness. One player on towards the server side. Whether they're just going to try and watch and wait for the pressure to come round here. You can see E36, they're trying to weigh up where they want to be for this hold, where they think it's entirely going to come together. The glass on one side, the plant coming against this soft wall as it did before. This is that change. I talked about it when we saw the attacks here before. Scars, they would often sort of bring themselves positional operators, do specific things. This is more traditional. The problem is that soft wall, that being at least partially solid for now, it can buy them time. The double down of the Goyo canister and the smoke canister will draw some attention. There needs to be what you called brilliant before. The drop round to the back, which seems to be more protected this time. The shield and the awareness now, but all 3 of them for a second rotated to pay attention towards it. The Echo drone, unknown, unexpected, and could be defining.
Yeah,
there it is. Great trade out. They get rid of the Monty shield, but they do get one of their own. A 3 versus 2. The kit recollected, but the Echo drone might still be around the position. You know that the players are. 10 seconds.
10 seconds remaining.
The watch on the hatch to fight either side, and it's a Scars lockout. Great pinch.
Actually, a very good round. A lot of nice little moments there that we had. Obviously, the Echo giving the calm to the Legion, saying, right, I'm going to stun this Monty, move the shield away from his face. 3, 2, 1, stun goes in, Monty goes down. However, again, the trade game from Scars, I've praised them so much at the moment on their attacks, is if they lose a body, they will return with either just getting the kill and even trade, or even take 2 if they can. That round, they pretty much got all 3, didn't they? They got that initial trade, and they knew the 2 remaining players, one was in Vault, the other was in Red Hall. They cannot go for the diffuser because the Echo is still alive, and I don't think they shot the yokai drones. So they have to run deep, they have to play for kills, and that's what they went for, and that's what worked for them. So Scars, really good round from them. Good decision making, knowing that time isn't going to with you. If you know the positions of both of the players, play for the kills. And they've done that really well. So yeah, Scars. This is the thing about Scars. They've had, I think, rounds in this game where you think, that's really good. Do that consistently and you'll be first place in the league. And then there's other rounds that you just sit there and scratch your head and thinking, how do you go from this to that?
7 to 6 Scars, and I'm entirely correct. At this point, I'm almost waiting for them to go back to the old ways that we've sort of criticized pretty continually throughout this showdown. E36, they did well to get themselves situational. They did well to make changes. They didn't quite fall for the bait as they did before. They had the shield, had the protection, had the Echo drone, but just did not have that one extra element that Scars are able to pull out. Just the guns. That we talked about them in the opening half of this game. how frequently rounds would go away from them and they just fought their way through. They just traded their way out of the problem. Well, as Rek gets Nina, the problem might be an eventuality. There goes the Twitch. There goes Nina, who's been pretty continual throughout this sort of showdown. I mean, everybody's got themselves stuck in. Pretty balanced across the board, but you want to be on the wrong side of the entry, but you do want to get that trade back round. Harper gets Gator, gets rid of the Mozzie, the person and the pest with the pests that was problematic for the approach before. Penalized and pulled apart. Now, Moogie on the shield, slow and steady. Just letting the team have the coverage, feed that information, feed that intel, and don't get caught by a player of Scars who's hiding in a corner and swinging loose.
See that the IQ actually has got himself into a very advantageous position. He could just essentially jump into the bomb site, but unless there is that clear out of those players in towards elevator, that's not going to happen. Players in towards elevator or towards main stairs can hold a simple angle onto anyone who wants to walk in through that door. Well, of course, bar against the Monte. An actual retake maybe coming up the main stairs, but no thinking against it. Still a 3v3, but that Monty, I mean, I think that could be the win con here for E36. If that Monty can get in and get that diffuser down, this will be cooked for Scars.
I mean, what's happened here? Compliment the start, and Choppy does get the swing round. The blind will come against them, but now it's a 1 versus 2, and one of them is a Monty. Monty's taking a risk, but Akuzu was there to cover it. Oh, well, we had team quotes before, but this time we're going all the way. Great play there. The Monty dropping the shield, drawing the attention, saying, look, one of us is going to shoot you. And at this point, all rounds needed.
Attacker sided bank. It's one thing we've noticed. Yes, it was an even split for both of the teams on their attack and defense in regular time, but the past 2 OT rounds, they have been won by the attackers. The Scars, for them, they get to go on the attack, and obviously they looked very good on the last attack that they had in their first overtime round. See if they can try and recreate that. Now, E36, they went for the top floor, Emmy. More so than the bottom floor, which, again, is traditionally the more favored bomb site. They went top floor. Don't forget as well about E36 and their bans. That I mentioned it very early on whenever we done the initial banning phase. The Habana and the Ace being banned away means that Canto position is going to be intact. Habana and Ace are the only 2 ranged hard breachers that we have in the game. And if they're not on the board, then there is no way to open that Canto wall. So, yeah, very strong position, I think, at the top floor to have that in their pocket. Scars have actually went for a bit of a niche pick here. Ossa makes an appearance. Now, obviously, Ossa on Windows is a thing that we all know that they do very, very well.
Yep.
And I think for Ossa, the main thing about this operator is the ability to basically plant anywhere you want. Because you're walking around with a shield, you place a shield and you plant. Very, very good to have. But there's a few things you need to do, Emmy, before Ossa really gets her value. You need to clear away all of the C4s, all the impacts, all of the util will basically ruin your day. You need to burn that early. And that can be very difficult to do, because as soon as a team knows that you have an Ossa, they will not be using their util on anything that is not an Ossa shield. So that's where it comes into it. The defenders know straight away how to play against that operator.
That's it. They've got 3 impacts. They've got 2 impacts that they can use to try and offer themselves against it. Maybe the pocket mute jammer will show up at some point. Plays against the calls, plays against that position, not really playing against the Ossa. I mean, at this point, yeah, you're right. You don't want them to remove themselves, because at this point, what would they have to get rid of those? They've got 1 for each of those Ossa shields right now. Both have been deployed. Pressure here against the top. They can have one of those to watch the rotate round from the stairs below. The breach on the walls itself. You got to get out of there, Ella, in a second. They do. They slip their way across, ready for a fight. And now they're
Nobody in the window?
Behind the desk. Yeah, that's kind of a big problem. Maybe they were hoping they would jump out. Seems like they're sat watching for it. that would be just, I'm not going to say a freebie, but look how free Nina is to run around the site. They shouldn't have been able to get there. Wishoy does find Mugi behind them. At this point now, the rotate round onto the other side. There goes Jin getting Wishoy. It's a minute on the clock here, Demo. And now the watch there on towards the window. Repel, they've dropped themselves down 50 seconds. E36, they're still able to be a bit exploratory. They're still able to be a bit freewheeling underneath the site itself. 45 seconds, and they're cautious about making their way up. But as Choppy gets Jin, gets that player around the lobby. Rek gets one more.
No impacts left.
No impact. 2 versus 4 Scars. They have everything to try and push this one over the edge. It's going to take something meteoric here, but that's not it. Leaves just one, just none. Scars. The longest road has been trod, but they get the 2 points and the win.
Also didn't even get a chance to really show off what she does best, and that's been able to get and go for the plant, because the Thermite opening up both of those walls. You see how open that made the site? It was just, there was nowhere safe that those defenders could sit. And then the long angles come into play. The attackers get those pits. And yeah, a very easy round again for Scars on those attacks. I mean, Scars, I still think they made it very difficult for themselves today. But a win is a win. There's no two ways about it. They got the points on the board. That's the main thing for them today.
I think that's it, right? Points on the board, but there's a lot of work to be done. E36, they were able to get themselves set up. They were able to learn some lessons. Again, we'll see how the roster grows. But same story for Scars, really. Points on the board, but a lot to learn. And we'll take a break before we're back. Game 3.
It's not the destination, it's the journey.
And the journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step. And you know what?
They're right.
I'm Toad, I play for Wavell Gaming, and we're going to be looking at some moments from my career.
Sharpen their shivs as they go for the plant. On the 3-on-3, Aspie needs to win this fight because elsewhere Toadster is all alone. The diffuser is down on the ground. Spoit and Diaz have made this work. Spoit has been beautiful, but it's all up to Diaz. Can the young gunner win in the 1v1?
That's one of the better ones. It's one of the ones I remember.
As North America bleed until nothing remains. One of the biggest upsets we've seen at the tournament. Bleed, take down M80.
Wow, that's a good memory. So that's Atlanta, I think the first game of Swiss. Yeah, so that was our first LAN event. We had just gotten out of groups, like barely. We barely got past CAG, I think, to get out of groups. First game of Swiss, our first game against, real international teams. We weren't really sure what to expect, but we ended up getting to Bank, like a map we were pretty comfortable with at the time. And the whole first half of the game was a lot easier than we expected, to be honest. I think we kind of had it in our heads that M80 would give me this crazy super team, like hard, impossible to beat, but throughout the whole first half of that game, like we were kind of dominating them. And even like all the way up until they called the attack, straight after the attack, like I think I hid under a window and got 2 kills or something. So we were just like laughing the whole game. We were winning the mental game by far. And then they started like climbing back. Yeah, all happened in 6-4. And even here, like we were winning the round, but there's 10 seconds left. Somehow it goes from a 4v3 to like a 1v2 or something. I think if we lost this round, I feel like we would have lost the game. Luckily, it actually gave this to me as well. If Spoit just hid, or if Diaz just hid, then the round's over. But Spoit over peaks, I get the freebie of the DMR, and then for some reason the castle's just proning on the stairs in garage. That was a super gifted 1v2, but I was really happy to win that, to be honest, because I feel like if we lost this round, we might have lost the game. I think especially when you're an underdog, it's easy to like kind of crumble under the pressure, especially if you're versing a org that's way bigger, like star players that are way bigger. They have Spoit in this game, just everything like sacking into. When you're from APAC, that's just like you go into LAN events default as the underdog. So I think when you're the underdog, if you either have two options. You either crumble under the pressure or you play with no fear. And in this game in particular, we're playing with no fear. We're having fun, and I think that's the best way to play if you're the underdog. It's the best way to play, and it's scary. If you're the favorite, it's definitely scarier to play against someone with no fear. If you're winning against a team and you verse them again, you kind of already have a mental advantage, and in your heads and in their heads. It's easier because you know their playstyle already, especially in a game day playstyle. Scrims and game day are always different. But in terms of like accomplishments, I think it is nice to diverse different teams, different regions, beat different teams in different regions. So yeah, it goes both ways, but definitely an advantage to verse a team you versed before. Yeah, that was probably my best play of that tournament. I didn't play too hard that tournament, but I can definitely remember this one. Thanks for watching, guys. See you in stage 2.
It's a level 1v1, the close out for the ball, Win saves the first. Holy, what is going on? He grabs that one out, 2-on-1. We're gonna see se difensivo, y va intentando plantar mais a Prioritization,
Mirror, mirror on the wall. Who's about to kick some serious ass? Remember, I'll be watching. Now you see me, now you don't.
Get ready! I'm taking them out!
Changing mags. I got this. Got my eyes on you. Located enemy.
Well, 2 games, 2 overtimes, and 2 more to go. Are they going to be the same sort of setup, or will we start to see something a bit more one-sided? Up next, we have FearX and Kenotrope to see if that divide can be one that is defined between these two teams. Demo, where do you think this one is going to fall?
I think you have to give credit to FearX. I think FearX, for me, are probably the team to beat in this league. Every time I watch them play Siege, I'm always thoroughly impressed. I think the players that they have, I mean, could you get any better? Like, really? In what universe would you ever think, oh, if we take him out and put this guy in, it'll be so much... No, I don't think that's the case. I honestly think you've got the 5 best Korean players on the team. Honestly, I do. I think very similar to the way we kind of talk about Falcons, for example. You know, how on earth do you change that team? You already have, like, the 5 best players, and I think FearX fit this same standard here inside of APAC North.
I mean, it's everything that they need to be, right? Undefeated from their run here last time round. Didn't drop a map in playoffs as well, even against sort of the import teams and the places that they could go. They were just relentless. FearX, they had a great performance at Reload earlier on in the year as well, knocked out by obviously eventual finalists and league opponents, Kagasaka. It is just a team that is on the up and up and up and up, and here is a time for when we're talking about setting scores, setting paces, they got to start setting it against Kenotrope as well. Now, their opponents in Kenotrope obviously did pull a sort of upset moment before. The one defeat that was handed to FearX last league stage, as well as in the playoffs, was from Kenotrope Gaming. The only loss, the only L FearX took was against the 5th place Kenotrope. So this could be a strong, sharp start for this roster to try and reset how things go together, especially obviously with these slight roster changes that they get coming in here, Demo.
Well, I mean, I think this is where you would go and make a name for yourself if they can go and beat FearX. Yeah, that's the thing. If you go out and you make a massive statement win and you beat, like I said, I think the best team in the league, yeah, it's gonna be huge for the momentum, and it just sets a precedent of really where the league is. Still, it's not as easy as you said. Oh, they could cause an upset. It's gonna be so difficult, and they're gonna have to play top Siege, because FearX are kind of like this team that on their day they can play as well as really anyone in the world, I think. And trying to catch them on that offside, especially in this, in their own league, that we know that it's, they finished first in. They didn't really look all too bothered about, really the group stages. They went through it, went from the motions. They had one loss, to be fair, against this side, but then you looked at them playoffs, just never looked phased whatsoever. Didn't drop a single map inside of playoffs. Yeah, it's going to be a big ask for them. They've done it again. They've done it once, but can they do it again?
I think that's sort of the till. And obviously Sylvia joining the roster on the far left, used to be on Enterforce 36, now picked up and applied elsewhere. Is it going to be a sort of new turn, new face, new front, a new way for them to put together? Because Sylvia had a pretty good season, or at least compared to the rest of the roster last time against a roster that struggled throughout it all. So, this could be a new situation for them to try and get themselves sent into and get themselves stacked up. And as you said, FearX, they've done more than enough to sort of prove their certificates. But that is always that problem, always that question mark against the top dogs, especially of any sort of the APAC leagues, is can they do it consistently? Can they do it consecutively? Can they do it against teams that are now more and more common imports? So we'll see where we pull, and we're not going to pull Bank. That was where they lost. That was FearX's only map that they dropped last time round. Instead, we find ourselves teetering and flickering to Nighthaven Labs, and, I don't really have anything from these two teams on this map, Demo. Instead, it's a pretty consistent ban by FearX. They hate playing it, lowest preference I've got, and we're about to get maybe a bit of a treat here, Demo.
I think whenever you look at a map like Labs, honestly, I think it's up there with Bank as well. Do you not think, where it's kind of those like really good maps that wouldn't necessarily favor any side? It opens up different playstyles if you want to go for that. I think for FearX on a map such as labs, again, I would say they'll be fairly well drilled at it. You know, FearX are a team who can play lair, and I think if you can play lair pretty well, then and you can play bank well, it's another map. Yeah, if you've got a lair, you've got a labs. If you've got a labs, you got a bank, and I think they've got all that. Again, I think they're a top team because their map pool is really, really good. They can play a variety of maps. It's just one of them where I think on labs, lair, and bank, I feel, and maybe club as well, are all pretty similar maps in terms of, you know, hard breach are kind of necessities. You need to bring that in some shape or form. You need to have a resemblance of structure. It's really, I would describe the map pool at the moment kind of in like 3 different areas. You've got the absolute chaos maps, that being border and cafe, where you don't need hard breachers. It's just a bit is what it is. And then you kind of have a little bit more aggressive, where you can have some pretty good like offsite holds. So you're looking at Sky, you're looking at Chalet, and then on probably also Console as well would go into that. And then you kind of put in the hard breach match. You have your labs, your lair, your club, your bank. That's the way I think the map pool is kind of developed in this current meta, is those 3 styles. And like I mentioned, FearX, this is the kind of style which I think they prefer, is these kind of maps. So yeah, this will be a good map for FearX.
We'll see if it obviously translates. I had a quick look back. The last time these 2 teams played labs, I mean, over the past year, it's been banned 29 times by FearX. It's second lowest preference overall, and they've lost it twice, and last time was against Tag in January. So they definitely had some time to cook towards those quals. And then similar sort of story, but even further away. 1 win, 2 losses over the past year, but the last time it was played by them was against Crest Gaming, which was in October of last year on the side of Kenotrope. So it's been a journey, and it's been one that's been hidden away from these 2 teams, and that's sort of that translation, right? It's not an uncommon map. If anything, in a lot of regions, it was the most common map, picked and played pretty consistently. So there's a lot of games to be known, and I think one of the sort of things that you're talking about there, of how this map relates in terms of the comparisons to other maps, is, well, it has comparisons. It doesn't operate on its own sort of hinges. It has aspects of how you would take on Club. It has aspects of how you would break onto Church and Arsenal, or how you would take on towards the top rafters. But then in the same breath, it has the idea of pressure of bank, of having to manipulate the play space and move around, and lair, obviously, as you said, between the bars. But, I mean, there's always still possibility of excitement in this region. We've had 2 we've had 2 OT games, not max OT games. Could you see this one going the same way, or do you think this should be FearX with a bow?
Yeah, I think FearX will come out and make a statement. I think we'll probably do a stomp, to be honest with you, especially after the 2 OT games that we've had. So I think this could be one, especially considering the side start as well for FearX. Getting on the defense, Entropy Gaming on the attacks. Whenever hard breachers are going to be taken off the board immediately, this will make the attacks pretty difficult, because then you have to kind of result your way into having to bring in, like, your Maverick, for example, which we know Maverick on labs, you're asking to be C4'd a lot of the time. Actually look at the lineup as well from the attackers. Knowing that there's going to be no Bandit or Cade, they're just going to try and run it with just hard breach gadgets. They do still have to be wary that obviously Mute can come in. Because Mute can still, you know, deny some form of wall denial, but not massively, not full set that you can still get hard breach gadget place it high enough in the wall to open it up. You can also be going here, I think, mirror trick. They're hiding the mirror for that specific reason. And if you don't know what the mirror trick is, these walls are going to be reinforced, and a mirror window is going to be placed right in the middle of it. And then it's going to be popped open. And then nobody can open up that wall anymore with a hard breach gadgets without being either shot or C4'd. See, Ren will place it down, and that'll be there, and it just stops that wall getting opened up. So, yeah, this is where the bans make it really creative, but it's such a pain, isn't it, for the attackers with not having the hard breachers available to themselves. But then again, it is also probably Counterplay Gaming's fault. Ace is up, and they haven't brought the ace, which I find a little bit crazy.
Yeah, I mean, it's not that they are the be-all and end-all of hard breach operators. There's not really a way to define that. They're so useful in...
You need the ace. It's not for the... You don't need the ace for the exterior walls. The hard breach gadget can do that. But as we know, on this top floor, once you get the exterior walls, then you have to move in and get the next set of walls, which will then be the connector wall we see here on the mirror window. Usually you would want this aced. Or if you're going for garage side, you need to also then ace the garage wall off. So that's why you need that ranged hard breach for that second set, not the first.
Coated. Stacked up and ready to rock and roll inside the approach here from jungle. They're not happy to, quite early on, throw a C4, assume some immediate presence going around onto the back of that, but doesn't seem to be an entire read through. Got the breach done on towards the connector. They've got the angle and the attention paid. Now they're going to see if they can maybe rotate electric or on towards IT. Ed Woogieman's pressure comes on towards that window. He's the one that might try and drift himself back. He does. Tuck's a bit safer. You can see that FearX are more than happy to be on the sort of touch and go of this fight. They're inside. They've put some pressure. Got rid of the first Fenrir. They try and cover the... They're just running for it, Demo. They're sending it, and Woogieman sends it right back. There's the trade out from Mao, but that's what... 4 players that were in the connector there. They dive towards the mirror window, and it just stops any attempt at being able to put that extra reinforcement here. FearX, almost a little bit too much bravado. Thought Keenan would be slower and steadier in the approach. Tried to respond to them. Instead, now, they have a big opening in towards the site itself. They've lost control of the connector, and good work here from Keenan to try and push it round. But as the Bees force that pillar player slightly further away, they still have the utility, the bolts of the Capital, force them further around, see if they can try and just shove themselves in. The Bees will force the close engagement here of Rin as well. There's pressure from underneath. Sylvia is making sure the openings are coming towards them. This is very well put together, but with 30 seconds, it only takes one player to make one bold play to make it work. And there's Rin and Good Boy.
Yeah.
Either side, retake the terrain, retake the land, and remake it in FearX's image. And with the last fight coming through, good ideas, couldn't quite get them to land.
Rin? When did Rin put the San at his name? Is he following Doki's footsteps there? Rin San, Doki San, Croc San. There's another. Wait, that doesn't work.
Croxon.
Yeah.
I'm trying to think if surely there are other Sans.
I'm pretty sure there is another one. I think there is another San somewhere.
Defenders
Yeah, here it is. Rin, great heads up there, thinking, right, it's obvious what take they're going to go for. I know for a fact somebody's going to be knocking at electrical anytime soon. And if he wins that engagement, which he did, because I bet, basically, if you think about where Rin was going to die to this butt. If he had just sat in that corner beside the bomb, he would be dead. So he has to take the initiative. He's going to have to go for it, because if he sits there, a sitting duck is a dead duck, yeah? Everyone knows that. So he goes for that swing in towards electrical, picks up that kill, and then from there, it's just complete carnage then. Because Counterplay Gaming no longer has that person pushing into, a lot of peace, pushing in towards electrical, and at that point, you're just pushing into a breach. And that's never going to work, because the guys who are sitting in towards the control room can just watch that angle. They don't have to worry about the 2 angles. If they know Rin's inside of electrical, it shuts down the one of 2 areas that you would have to watch out for the defenders. So yeah, I have to highlight Rin there. Really good heads up play, knowing he's going to get killed. He has to take the engagement to him.
Yep, and it took a moment like that. It took a confidence like that. And I still don't fault Keenan for how they made the approach. It put them sort of backs against the walls there. FearX. Now, you said it before, if you get the read that no one's on site, could you just take the site? You might be about to find out that it's a bit emptier. They're still going to have a watch from the verticality. You're not just going to be able to charge in. But with these positions, with this shield, and with the limitations, actually, no, there's no one on the verticality. Oh, no, there is. Fight comes through. The Blackbeard gets the first. They're in, and they're going off to the corner to go for the plant. They've got to do something here, FearX. You've just sort of given up all the territory and the terrain. There was a bit of a fight that made me think they were solid. There's at least the pressure on, but now, post-plant situation against the breach with the glass. You can try and cook this Monty out, and that's going to force at least some of the motion. They're able to just freely sort of rotate and roam their way through here. The glass has an easy job. I mean, compliments paid towards FearX before. You'd be understandably taking them off this time. There's 2 kills, 3 seconds. Everything's on fire, and the Kiba will get one, and if they pull this off, they don't. It's a flood round from the back. Kawa gets a couple. A good idea with nothing else going for you. But nothing else could be done there.
Oh, they needed Kawa to come big because there was a possibility. Whenever the Kiba barriers are still there, just to plug up those holes. Yeah, sketchy stuff. I don't know what it is. It seems to be a recurring theme here today as well. Am I not right in saying that every single round 2 that we've had, there's been a rush that has won? It happened in the first game, happened in the second, it's happened in the third. These second round rushes are getting out of control.
Honestly, is this the new meta? Last time it was after the second round, like, timeouts that we would have. That was like the weird thing that everybody was doing. Now it's second round rushes. Team kills, they started strong today, but we haven't seen any more. So that trend hasn't caught on here.
We're only on 2 for today, so we're
only 2.
We're currently 5 down from Wednesday's Fiesta.
Were there many in O's yesterday?
O starts at 5 in the morning. I'm not waking up for that.
It does start quite early. It does
5 seconds left.
definitely start quite early. I love that I had a surprise prediction result.
Yeah, I've seen that you've actually flawless at the moment, are you not?
I don't think I'm... Oh, I don't know.
What did you put for today?
I can't remember. I did all of my predictions because we do them all at the start of the week. I did them all.
Yeah.
Some of them were very vibes based.
Yeah, you're currently you're fine with that at the moment. You've got everything right.
Wow.
However, I do see that you've put you've went offbeat for the last game, but we'll get into that later on.
I mean, I've been going offbeat occasionally for a lot of the last games.
Yeah. Wow, you're telling me Pengu predicted PSG Talon to win?
What?
No.
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 No. So,
bias.
Pengu aside, with his biased hat.
Don't be looking at the G2 predictions this season.
I mean, listen, you're not part of their staff, though. As much as you've asked to be.
I'm Waterboy unofficially.
You've sent your resume in. No, you just keep bringing them water. They've actually
I just keep turning up.
We got a letter.
Yeah.
Said, please, can you stop this happening?
Up for harassment.
Like, we have player managers. We have... That's not your job, Demo. What we also have here is a slow and steady approach.
Very slow, and it worries me. Because they're only clearing away this top floor section now. And you still got 1:20. And you haven't even done any vertical work either yet. And really, the only way they're doing vertical work is with breaching charges. That's all they have. They've got the free breaching charges from the Ace. So, yeah, I'm slightly worried. I think it's the best way to put it.
I think at this point...
Using a bailiff as verts, you gotta be kidding me.
Yeah, that's not gonna make anything go quicker, is it? I was gonna say, like, as soon as this point you're looking at maybe they can try and formulate a bit of a pinch or a bit of a pulled position, but no, it is really just full limitation on themselves and hoping that they can hop in here. But there's a worry here is, yeah, you can get above, they can have below. Now, VODs weren't really attuned to the verticality of this very position last time round, and well, as Mephi gets the first, and clips the wing of Rin down on the second. It's actually Mephi that keeps locking it in. Does catch at least one, but there's the flood. VODs just sort of had the lockdown and too slow, not enough done. Gets themselves a second for the round, but with 15 seconds and everything still to clear, VODs keep calm control.
Yeah, I think just too slow, not bringing the correct operators, lacking a decent amount of vertical operators to really make that work. I mean, whenever I kind of think about usually how that round plays out, if you want to go for that attack, because the way they wanted the plant was pretty traditional, jumping in free storage. Usually we would see teams take it from IT, open up IT wall, maybe fire in a ram, open up all of the verticality in towards storage, send somebody downstairs into the basement to make sure there's going to be no C4s, then jump in and plant. That's as simple as what most of the attacks come down to. It depends on how the defenders play off with the utility, how good they are at retaking and taking the 1v2 trades. But Counterplay Gaming almost kind of flipped that on its head, where they cleared across coming in from meeting, coming in through connector, top floor was forfeited to them, but they done all of the verticality that they did was over towards the other bomb site. You know, in towards the security room. But then they still ended up going for a storage jump in. So it's kind of, you know, I like to call it arse about face, isn't it? You're doing things back to front.
Yeah. That is it's definitely a way.
10 seconds left.
You could also just say back to front.
That's a very Northern Irish saying, by the way.
That's why I was like,
yeah.
I didn't even think most people, because just the arse. You know?
That's what it is. That's the saying over here, is doing things back to front.
Yep.
How you say it?
Yeah. Furex 2-1 up here. And now we're going face forward. Now, the sort of compliments of how this one came together and fell apart, it was the confident play from Furex to step themselves back in and put the pressure on. But they also, I don't know if they just didn't pay enough attention towards Kenotrope or pay enough respect towards how confident they would be. But the fact that they could just scream across the divide, take the fight directly onto those positions, it almost felt like Furex weren't quite ready to rock and roll. Now, with the clash on the board, first time we have seen her today, being continually banned in the opening 2 maps. We'll see if this is something that can try and, I guess, slow that roll, slow that confidence. This is the exact position you sort of expect her to be in. She can peel her way back if the pressure gets too hot, set herself up to be this problem to swing behind. I just want to see if they try and go for the reinforcement on the second wall sooner rather than later. They're still confident to keep it open as it gets droned out. The pressure comes through. They've got some awareness it's going to happen. The limitations now of all the hard breach. Yeah. It's just a good move to reinforce it more than anything.
Yeah, I think you go for it, especially over that mute jammer still intact as well. Means that wall really is have troubles being opened up. But I do like the addition here of the clash, though. I think whenever you see that Counterplay Gaming have went for the Azami ban, obviously an operator which is good at fortifying areas. Oh, what does Clash do well? Oh yeah, fortifies areas. So it's just a simple switch. For Furex, bringing in that strong operator, but they've missed their chance now, haven't they, to reinforce that wall? So it will remain open, and it will give Counterplay Gaming a way into the bomb site. What a great swing, a drive-by, as I like to call it, straight on Dakota's head.
Well, at this point, there's the drive-by, and there's a clash. Hello, causing problems. 40 seconds. Sylvia gets caught, though. That's the buck, usually beneath, caught out by a shotgun that was more than ready to just cement that position. And now, without that pressure, they can, yes, have these openings. Yes, there's a risk. With not a lot of time to rotate, you can assume you're going to be a bit safer here. The Clash cover comes through. The Clash is paying an awareness. There's a C4 over the top of the Clash, just reading all of this. And a shotgun is your introduction towards the room itself. But they're getting closer and further away, so peel themselves back quite sharply. Mephi, 5 and 0, would like to keep that 0 on the end of it, but Good Boy will not. Caught out the Clash, they're driving themselves forward. Goa, 1 and 2 and 3, stack them up and knock them down. But Woogie Man, underneath with a triple kill.
No way.
No way, I said it's not going to be something that the attackers do. Rotate to that position. The defenders, though, oh, it's fine for them.
Anyone have a clue? Anyone? See, I actually thought Rin sold his team here, by the way. Why is Rin looking the same way that we know that the Warden was playing as Beyond Me and not holding the main breach is crazy? One guy down. They both just lined up. That's what it was. They both literally lined up.
There was 3.
No, but one guy was down. Inside electrical. Those 2 players on the pillar, they both lined up for him. But yeah, I mean, I know that they've won the round, but Rin, what's Rin doing though? On the Clash, he's put the shield down. He knows that his teammate on the Warden is holding electrical. Why isn't he also trying to hold electrical and let two of them just run and kill his teammate, then kill him? So Rim should be very, very fortunate that Woogie Man has clutched up there, because that round 100% would have been on him.
What a wild way for that round to play out. It must be frustrating as Keenadrope.
Yeah,
because
that's a tilt round. That's a tilt round.
Yeah, but also how these rounds are cooking as well. It's like, you know, this is always that conversation when you have a team that's made up of the best players, right? When you have all greats, they can do things like that. They have the brain and the wherewithal and the confidence and the sort of bravado. Apart from that, let's chalk that one off. But it's an unfortunate thing that not every team gets to have in their arsenal. You don't get to have the possibility that Woogie Man will pop off like that. You don't get to have the possibility of whatever. And even when you make mistakes, they get sort of blanket covered. Same time, Kawa, brilliant game so far, 7-3. See if they can try and continue this as they're going for the pressure there at Monty. So they're more than happy to sort of say, yeah, come on out and swing me. Since they get the confidence, they're not going to be swung. Get rid of the Fenrir, move in. Remember last time it was sort of everybody falling apart inside the site itself. They went for some pressure a little bit above vertically, but didn't descend like this, where they are forcing the players back down fish. Yukis finds Mephi as well. A 5 versus 3. That was a very, very good force. And close down on the player, but good boy. Threads the needle from cargo. Packages and ships the head of the sledge.
Oh, coated. Now this is scary. This is a great pause for him to be in. They have no ideas upstairs. So this is all pressure on Coated. The round stays alive or it dies based on what he does. Right now, there is a sense of safety for Counterplay Gaming. They think everywhere's clear and all of the defenders are going to be in the basement. There's the one. Now, what this does, it's going to make Counterplay Gaming panic. They have two options. They try and hit the bomb site now, knowing that there's going to be a guy off site, or they have to try and waste so much time hunting him. What they're going to do, I don't know.
3 versus 3 and 33 seconds to go. Trying to stack themselves up with some of the control here from underneath. They've got some of the direct verticality. They're putting the pressure on. They've got really no other option right at this point. They're down cargo, snaking their way across. Woogie Man swings out and gets 2! There's not... Oh, there is a third! For a second, I thought it was clean. This game's on trades, and 3 with the Tachanka LMG. Speechless. Which is a shame in this job.
Oh my. Again, Woogie Man clutching up with another free K. Look, as much as Woogie Man will get the praise, you have to give credit to Coated. He done what he needed to do. Bided his time, waiting for the opportunity to hit them on that flank. He gets that all-important gunfight, and then it kind of instills that panic then into Counterplay Gaming. Because if you know a guy's upstairs, especially in towards garage, trying to play those verticals, for example, just isn't going to be on for them, because the guy above, I can't play the verticals, there's going to be a guy roaming upstairs. So they're kind of headlocked into forcing their way down in through cargo. And thankfully for FearX, the site players were switched on. You know, Woogie Man was ready for it. They were ready if they had to go direct. They know that they probably couldn't try and drop back hatches, for example, whenever there is still that roamer upstairs. Everything was centered around Coated doing his job in that roam and staying alive. That's the main thing. It's the fact that he got the kill and then immediately pulled back. He didn't allow himself to be opened up to get traded. Because if that trade comes in, it's a 3v2, and then it's really, really easy for Counterplay Game, because they know definitely, yeah, everyone's on site. You have that man advantage. You have the Monty. That's where things are really, really easy. But it's almost like that little kind of thought in the back of your head saying, there could be a guy coming from any direction of the map to flank and kill me. And that was always festering in the back of the head there for the attackers. So, yeah, Coated gets the praise for me that round.
I mean, You talk about great players, you talk about when they can show up and be useful. When is better than that sort of situation, right? How confident they were to take that with that gun and that engagement. 4-1. The timeout obviously called by Counterplay. 4-2. 2 attacks on this map isn't horrible, but remember this is a map that, as I said, has been banned by these two teams for like a year. It's truly been removed and out of the equation. Maybe that's why FearX are rather than their sort of usual strength we've seen them at, having to have these clutch plays. Maybe it's still an uncomfortable map for them tactically. Maybe it's still a map that they're learning their way around it and they just don't like playing it. Could be an element of why it's coming in on these sort of big 3K clutch rounds, big moments. Try and pull things out. And on this, they're waiting for the first push. They're waiting for the hold. The vertical pressure as Sylvia does find Coated on the Nook. Sneaking their way in and moving the cams as they get their route through. And now that's a bit of a blow to lose this territory, this terrain, but we've seen FearX capable of retaking. It doesn't seem like that's in their MO. More flank rotating late on demo.
Yeah, I think the roamers have done exceptionally well for them. A fairly loose, I think, defensive half from FearX for the most part. Nobody necessarily playing in set positions. I think they have that freedom and that flexibility to maneuver around the map whenever they seem fit. And certainly you can see that being expressed there by Good Boy and Matthew, where they start above and they think, you know what, just leave. We don't have to sit here and die for it. You look at the clock, for example, a minute left, and they've only just got that top 4 control again. However, that is a big pick, though. Now it gives them a 2-man advantage. Good trade, though. That's always a good measure, Emmy, of a good team, in my eyes, is getting those kills back if you lose them. Scars did that very well the last game. FearX displaying it here also.
40 seconds, though. 7 players still stood. The defenders, they have that working their advantage. They can try and just keep an eye on this. The verticality, it's not entirely theirs, but now they'll know somebody's underneath. Late on the C4, still gets the connection with the shield, and Mephi wins out underneath as well. Kawa's gone. Rin gets one of their own. I mean, they had the elements in the man advantage. They had the player going underneath to force that fight, but they were just not in position for when the Monty made the move, and FearX found a narrow bridge to walk across, but walked across it.
Oh, it's like a drummer who can't keep time. They're out of sync, isn't it? It's not going to happen, not going to work for them. That's what it was. The Monty just needed to hold fire for, what, 5 seconds? That was it. Just wait for his teammate to get downstairs, stop that C4 from happening. But no, just jumped in. I mean, he didn't even check. Didn't even do a drone, not just jumped in blind, essentially. And he gets punished for it. Honestly, I don't know how much do we give credit for FearX for pulling his round back, or is it just poor fundamentals for Counterplay Gaming? In a 5v3, well, I suppose it was a 4v3, the trade happens, but still a 4v3 with a Monty still up. I've mentioned before that shields are fairly tough to play now, just with a lot of the changes in the operators that they are. That is in terms of being able to actually kill people. See, trying to move in and play Blitz and play Monty and actually kill people with the pistols and push them over, that's really difficult. But still, as a Monty, as a shield, as just that kind of invincible drone, that's still a big issue for a lot of the defenders. It's just this Monty bearing down on you, giving constant information. And losing him in the manner that they did, just disastrous for that round.
At this point, with Woogieman 11-3. Effie as well, 7-2. It almost shows how much of it is sort of falling apart from the side of Counterplay in some regard, because it's huge clutch moments that are playing out, right? We've had 2 3K clutches. One of them was a 1 versus 3 technically. And Counterplay that was the biggest struggle, seemingly from there on their approach, was when it was almost most tactically driven. They had to time things right. It wasn't just a take on the top where they were doing that sort of, let's push in towards connector, let's push our way across, and let's take it. Done. They did that twice, and it was almost 2 wins for them. It wasn't, but it was almost. The take on the basement, their plan A didn't work, so they instead just tried to send it down cargo. Didn't work. Again, it was a clutch that came out the back of it, but it shows that when things are tactically, as he said, it's the big cost. And the cost has been paid with 1 round on their half. But, said, this isn't a map that both teams prefer, and we might be about to see similar problems from the side of Fear X. They do have, obviously, world-class players, internationally tested players, ready to rock and roll. As the bot gets a quick reach and break above, you can see Good Boy was trying to fish up the holes as well. They might try and force out this connector player. The B's over the top, track them on the motion. There's the catch on the player loose. They know exactly where they are. There's pressure coming from underneath. They're just a little bit safe, but Kawa drops down. Gets coated. There's Mal getting Woogie Man as well. Takes a huge amount of damage. There's a ring around the rosies fight inside kitchen. Kawa. How anticipated is he? Oh, pretty well anticipated. Good Boy. Gets revenge for the player that dropped the hatch, but great bait and rotate. They saw all of the pressure on this connector player, and now, oh, with Good Boy getting another one up through the verticality. They did great work in awareness. I mean,
I think you kind of think about the position they lost. At butt goes, somebody needs to retake that position, and he's done that very well. He knows for a fact somebody's going to be close on that electrical door, and that kill gets his team right back into it again. And look, still can play there. They know someone else is going to have to retake that position. Genius from Good Boy.
A 3 versus 2 from a 5 versus 3. Good Boy gets a triple. Rin gets their own connection. Leaves just the smoke and a single canister to try and stop this plant. Effie's comfortable. He's just doing it tucked around right by the breach itself. No way to stop it. Sprayed through, hit by an air jab because puts a bit of salt in a wound. Good Boy, a 4K. Yes, it's another Fear X round where they're on the back foot, and it comes back by a player getting a lot of kills. But as you said, it was on the back of reading exactly what Kinotrope were doing.
I love as well, it's as though that Fear X before the game, they had like a difficulty selection. Easy mode, start 5v5. Hard mode, start 4v5. Insane mode, start 3v5. Because that's essentially what it's been. It has been, how many 3v5s have they pulled off? At least 4?
Yeah.
I think.
Defenders, protect your bombs.
I mean, they've only got the opening kill twice.
Yeah. Absolutely insane. But I have to highlight Good Boy, though. You know, knowing that you've lost that buck, that position is so key. Especially whenever Fear X didn't bring, like, a massive utility dump lineup, where you're bringing in, like, a shed load of nades to kind of clear that player close in the E-box door. We've seen plenty of times players go downstairs, use that buck. We've even seen, I think, was it on Asia on Wednesday? Didn't buck get banned on this map as well, just to stop that from happening so the defenders could play in that position?
Yeah.
Whenever you lose that buck, somebody needs to retake it. And actually, something that I noticed during this game, because we also seen Counterplay Gaming, they tried to do some buck action from below. The buck got killed from the vertical from Rin, but nobody ever thought to then retake that position, and then you lose all the progress that you had made by being able to pester that guy out of electrical. On the flip side, Fear X immediately assessing the situation of, we need somebody down there. We have no other way of clearing somebody close in that electrical door. And Good Boy said, yeah, I'll do it, no problem. And he picks up, what was it, 2 kills just from the verts? Yeah, nuts.
Well, they're just going to get that smash. They can get some window support here. 6-1. Remember, the one round that Kinotrope won on their attack was when, well, Fear X weren't in the site. They were trying to do a hold. They tried to go for a retake. They didn't. I'm not going to say they got close. I'm not going to say they weren't a million miles away. But since then, it's otherwise just been in this game of tacticality, falling apart, on the game of getting in and killing people. Pretty good side of Fearex here. Full look on the top. Remember where the site is. There's going to be Coated looking for a fight. The Ram isn't a... You know, they're not entirely hesitant to this engagement on the mid floor. You can see they've got the Banshees got themselves double stacked directly above. The Monty's saying hello, and the C4's saying no, not today. And Rin is saying yes today. There goes Mao. There goes the Goyo. There maybe goes the first to fall, and the dominoes that will take us out of this map. Just one round separating as the Deimos tries to get the long-range fight. That's not going to do it, mate. Reload the pistol. You've still got time and the rest of your pressure, but they also don't have full clarity. Look above. There's about to be a fight on towards the rafters themselves as they're trying to find a way, a sneaky engagement through. Aggressive inside. The hatch is open. They've realized no one's on site, so maybe try and take it. Is this the right move? They forced them a bit further back. There's the plant being confirmed.
Where are they?
Attackers are activating the bomb diffuser.
I mean, Sylvia, the only one inside the site. 2 Fearex players. I said this was the way that Fearex lost this round before. Is it a different way and a same result? Rin gets one more. It is just Sylvia, just the new pickup. The GG's already in chat. As is Yuki's saying, thanks for the match. I mean, a bit early for that one, but still. A rough day at the office for Keenatrope.
Nobody's in sight. Like, why? And the thing is as well, it's... hatches aren't even reinforced. The hatch was soft. They lost that round because they didn't reinforce the hatches. Yeah, it made no sense that last round at all. And look, Fearex, I mean, they can only play what's in front of them, and give credit to Fearex. I think they've shown the prowess of them. I said we were just dumb. I knew it was coming, and it's weird to say because the map 3v5 they had the clutch, but still it felt dominant.
I just can't imagine us coming back to them on a Night Haven Labs anytime soon, but I also can't imagine us seeing here any time soon as we go to a quick break. Whoa.
You know how they say, it's not the destination, it's the journey?
And the journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step. And you know what?
They're right.
How's your intern doing with the first?
He looks like he's doing good with the level 1.
Do you reckon he's ready for level 2?
Absolutely.
Okay. This is actually pineapple flavored.
Pineapple.
So, second question, Turdster. You're no stranger to a good subtweet. We know you love getting active on Twitter.
Absolutely.
On June 17th, you posted a tweet 2 days before playoffs, and we've had more cancels than actual scrims played. Hashtag locked in. Can you explain?
To be honest, there's just a lot of check farmers in the APL, as everyone might know. A lot of check farmers. So you know, as soon as some bum teams lose, they get like 4th place, 5th place in playoffs. They just sack it off. They just cancel all the scrims, and you know, the actual good teams, they don't get much practice. So sucks to suck, but it is what it is.
Well, stage 2 is starting up very soon. How's your prep going? You getting more scrims?
We actually haven't scrimmed since we left WC, and now I'm here, eating into my scrim time, but...
Literally.
Literally. But I think once we get back, we'll be on the test server playing with a new op, and yeah, we'll have around 2 weeks before the season comes out. So I'm pretty excited to go workshop with the new op.
And where are you scrimming from?
I'll be streaming from Tokyo.
And you're playing the season from?
From Bandung, yeah.
Right. Now, we have one more question for you, if you're ready to take on the third wing.
Honestly, it took level 2 better than level 1.
It's a little bit of a 1v1, the close out for the ball, Wing saves it what is going on?
Easy, easy, teammate.
Oh, Jesus. Nice. All right, listen. There's a few guys left. I'm going to entry. You're with me. I need you to stay on cams and support us if we need.
Got it.
All right, with me. Clear. 3, 2, 1. Cover me. One on the right. Oh, shit. No, Carl! Get off your cams. We need help. Fucking Alamo. Take the case. Go on without me.
Shut the fuck up, Jack.
What?
Is he okay?
I've been worse.
Mirror, mirror on the wall. Who's about to kick some serious ass? Remember, I'll be watching. Now you see me, now you don't.
Get ready! I'm taking them out!
Changing mags. I got these. Got my eyes on you. Located enemy.
Welcome back here for one last time today and one last match up for us to have here. Demo. We've had 2 OTs and one that was almost 7 rounds. Here we have maybe either side. PSG Talon versus here. This could be a spicy one. The import team against once the top dogs, but since then fallen out of favor. How do you think it's going to fall together?
Well, I think this is certainly probably the game of the day, isn't it? We've got 2 historic kind of organizations we've got here inside of APAC. Obviously, D+ has been around for a long time. Same with PSG Talon. Changes have happened, of course. Certainly, D+ no longer a Korean team. They're now got the Brazilian imports in it we've seen last stage. For PSG Talon, really the big change, I think, has been, of course, Fabian leaving them near the back end of last year, isn't it? That's been the big difference for them. And obviously, Fabian, we know what kind of character he was. He actually got a Korean side playing to a very strong level at international gameplay more than anything. And obviously, the players here are still players that would have served under him. So they will still have those core fundamentals, those core values that he would have instilled upon them. So you hope that they can still live up to Fabian's ever so high standard of siege.
Well, talking of high standard of siege, there is the new high for this roster. Yunsang on the right has come in instead of Yas. That old historied star player for the whole region is gone, but Yunsang has some tricks of their own. They've been able to have some great moments on previous sort of rosters. They were obviously situated on D+ for a while before the team got dropped and became the Brazilian import team. So here for them, this is a bit of a grudge match and a bit of a revenge for the home that they once had. And as you said, there's some capabilities on this roster, but pulling it together is going to be the tricky thing because, well, who are they up against? Some of the best siege players in this region, some of the best siege players potentially in the history of the game itself. Now, obviously, you'll see names like Bullet One and all sort of stepping themselves in, but Mighty getting themselves involved from the coaching position. Here's Lave. This is Brazil, and this is Brazil trying to take over.
Yeah, obviously, I think for this team coming over into Korea as a Brazilian team, very similar to obviously what Elevate have done. I think for D+, I don't know if it's the case of did we expect them to obviously hit the ground running and just steamroll everyone. I don't think it. Like I said, I think you've got teams in there like Ferex, like PSG Talon, like CAG, who have always had, a say inside of APAC, and obviously these Brazilians coming across. We've seen that it didn't work out for them because they didn't win the league. Ferex beat them to it in the end. But still, I think a side that you need to put up there as a team who could win this league. You just hope that they have built from getting used to this league. All these guys have played inside of Brazil. You're not against Brazilian teams anymore, and that's what I think was the biggest kind of shell shock that kind of hit D+ was the way Siege just played inside this region.
Yeah, I think that there's some elements here for them that they still need to sort of consider. There's some elements that they need to sort of bring together, but they've had a bit of time, right? They've had a bit of time to get themselves gelled, as you said. We've obviously seen them being so close towards it last time, getting themselves all the way towards that playoff position, falling short, even at the end of that playoffs position. There's always going to be that pressure. And yeah, you're up against FearX, who are a brilliant, brilliant team. Yes, you've put the pressure onto these other teams, but here there has to still be, I guess, some more of that confidence. And last time these two teams met, it almost, was the start of a different story, right? PSG Talon, they only pulled a handful of wins last time round. I think this was one of them, if I'm correct. It was on towards this. It was a 7-5 on Skyscraper. The last play day over the regular time split was PSG Talons to take away. And while we were going back to Skyscraper, I would be surprised, as there it is, removed quite early on. Instead, we will find ourselves hurtling towards Layer demo.
Ooh. Obviously, a bit of spice thrown into the mix. Layer, a map which is the most recent addition that we've had into the pool, but then again, that was a fairly long time ago now, and I think whenever you still kind of look at the way regions play Layer, I wouldn't say that the meta is necessarily defined as of yet. I think certainly during the next international event, we'll start to really see the Layer kind of become a little bit more stabilized, kind of the same trajectory that Labs had. Whenever it first came out, it took us a while to really get the grips of it. Now we know exactly what we're expecting Layer. I still think there's a lot of secrets undiscovered as of yet on that map. So yeah, looking very forward to seeing how these teams go about Layer. I think for D+, it is a map that they're happy to go to. They're more than happy to play it if they can. I believe they played it twice during the playoffs last season. So, D+ overall, it'll be a high preference for them. In terms of PSG Talon now, and I think for PSG, it's a little bit difficult to kind of look at their playoffs because don't forget, they also had that bye that happened with CAG as well. So I think they had a lot less chances to really get as much Siege as possible being played inside that playoffs. They didn't get the opportunity to play Layer. So I think for PSG Talon, this is... I would assume that they've done their homework. That's the best way to put it, because obviously there's going to be VODs there with the way D+ had played their Layer. So yeah, I hope the coaching staff has done it, because PSG Talon, it's not the greatest map for them. They don't really play it all too often. So yeah, let's see how they go about it.
One of the splits, I think, obviously, it's worth when it was played twice in the playoffs by the side of D+ Kia. It was two very decisive sort of showdowns of it. It was a 7 in the finals. It was a 7-2 loss with no attack ground wins from the side of D+ Kia. They go entirely flawless by the defense of FearX. So that's going to be a big tell, the fact that they're starting on their defense. But then you look at how it played out when they were against Scars, and they didn't really need to be tested on the other side because they'd gotten themselves 4 attacks. It was an even sort of split, 3 paths, 3 defenses, so it's really hard to gauge what they kind of don't like to do. But I guess at this point, as you said, the preparation needs to be PSG Talon have to have, A, I guess, looked at the Scars game and looked at, okay, how are you able to take their defenses? But B, looked at the FearX game, talked to them and gone, okay, what do we do to hold them? What do we do to stop against them? What shut them down so continually that in this playoffs game for this top spot and top seed, we were able to just entirely push them aside? And what was that disconnect? And how quickly can you force them into that sort of headspace yet again? Now, it's obviously going to be this sort of start of a run. There's a lot of a season ahead of us. It's a big game to open the season with between these two orgs, and it's always funny to sort of have the comparison of how these two teams used to be about, a year ago, was 2 of the top dogs of the Korean region of Korean teams with an interesting Swede behind one of them and the rivalry. And now it's kind of battling for the wake of FearX, if anything.
It is. I think FearX is the team that catches, and that's the team that everyone's trying to drag down to their levels. But I think what FearX proved today as well, it's going to be tough. I mean, if you actually look at the kind of run of fixtures that we've got upcoming, VRX do have PSG and D+ as their last two remaining games, so they have a double header almost. So we won't really get to see the full test of VRX for a little bit yet. That'll come later on inside of the season. Obviously, for a map like Lair, like I mentioned, we're still exploring it. We're still trying to uncover what's new about it, if anything. But for the most part, I think we've seen defense have actually some pretty tough times. I think with the way that the attackers have kind of done the meta now, using operators like Aurora pretty well, and also Sense to cover off a lot of long angles to go for plants has been something that we've seen pretty frequent now start to appear. So I think that's certainly something that we would expect, is those quick little pocket plays using those operators.
So we hurtle into our final showdown of the day. PSG Talon, they've sort of true test ahead of them. They know that they can do some decent work, potentially on the latter half of this game, getting on towards their defense. But E plus Kia, how things have shaped up ahead of them, 2 shields gone, immediately removed. We'll see how things start to connect as we get into it. Now, there's obviously big elements here that all the other teams of the region will be looking towards. Yes, it's a sort of mix of, you know, a couple of different parts. APAC North, you've got Korean teams, you've got Japanese teams. But to have a full import roster from what is the strongest region, you have to, there's always that level of, we want to beat you. We want to beat you more than we want to beat anybody else, because we want to prove a point about APAC.
Well, we have D+ on the defense. PSG on the attack. I mentioned the Sense. Straight away, Soldier locking in that operator. The way that we usually see Sense being used is typically towards the R6 room. Teams will try and push across from R6 room. They'll sense essentially the middle of the bomb site, and then they'll try and rush towards the art door, and then try and plant on the kind of little table you can jump up onto. Usually a shield would be headfirst into it. Art window is always somebody just sat there in like a Grim or something, making sure nobody can push that. That's the general attack that we see. If we'll see it, I don't know. They could go a little bit more traditional, I guess, and see if they can just try and just get the exterior wall open and try and work a plant from that.
At this point, ready to start applying the pressure. Now, there will be some eyes on Misa, because when they were able to get themselves into the showdown last time and pull the win against D+ Kia, it was a 19-6 performance from Misa, who was just on absolute fire and could have been the big difference maker. At the same time, you know, Yas was the worst player for the roster here of PSG Talon. If anything, statistically, they've improved. Yinseng, as I said, a brilliant player, but a great shield player. As always, how we sort of looked at him when he was on his time with D+ Kia. He's one of those sort of young, up-and-coming talents. Previous roster with him. They're instantly being cooked apart. The Deimos is on the hunt underneath. They're going to open themselves up some angles. Maybe try and loose a grenade up through the hole. Force the players out, but, the pings work both ways. They're looking for the engagement, and they're coming out worse for wear here. Misa, he sort of needs something else to thread himself in. There's the grenade that's just going to bounce its way through. There's still the pressure coming onto it. They have to be cautious. They don't just want to be a free pick here. And without the pressure that's coming across flat and laterally, it's not really going to earn them too much. They could open the hatch behind. The shield is still at bay. There's a lot of utility being dedicated towards this. There goes Gotti, though. First falls. There's the second as Nears around for a third. Ryder pushed aside. And that leaves just Misa and Soldier. They've absolutely flooded their way in. Bullet finds Soldier. False start here for PSG Talon.
Nears. I mean, Nears may as well just got the ace. I'm pretty sure Bullet stole that kill from him as well. Absolutely phenomenal work. I mean, that's individual brilliance at its best, isn't it? That is just someone who is just untouchable in that position. PSG obviously trying to take that side in towards Vault. But they were up against heavy resistance. You know, playing that smoke in such an aggressive position, the smoke canisters help out so much just for keeping them at bay, especially whenever you're dealing with, obviously, Blackbeard and shields coming at you. I think the setup there from D+ was really good, but really, where else was PSG pushing from? Like, there was no other, like, one guy kind of tossing about below, and that was it. Everyone else just coming from the one direction. It was so... I don't mean the boy band. Just everything come from that one way. And it's so easy for you. I've always mentioned this before, said it on Consulate. You have to try and put pressure from other angles. You cannot allow players to sit and look one way. It is the easiest thing in the world in Siege, is holding one angle. You need to be putting those defenders under pressure and making them think about different options.
So, false start, false way to get into this, and a fantastic play. If I talk about eyes on Misa as a difference maker, Niers was the best player on the opposing team. Not quite as big of a divide as plus 13, but plus 7's nothing to scoff at, when the rest of the team was, well, put together worse than that. So, what a strong start for somebody who wants revenge of his own and a chance to try and get themselves off to the best possible, I guess, step meter with Fear X, who have otherwise just come off the back of the 7-1 victory. Back on towards the Blackbeard, back on towards the shield. Play here of Yunseng. They found themselves in a rock and a hard place last time round. As you said, there wasn't quite enough to secondary follow through. Nia's hoping to get a gift from a drone hole, but otherwise they're not quite taking that chance as of yet. Steady clear on towards green. Pressure across, pressure underneath, and nobody to meet it as of yet. They're more than happy to dedicate and throw utility, and this is a place for this smoke to play. Nia's probably not the first one you want to fight with. The drone will get the reveal, but they can play in their smoke canisters if they want to buy themselves a bit more time. Now, there's that smoke canister, and the castle's still solid. They get a safe-ish rotate back. They're concerned about being swung onto and peaked, I say. Actually, they're probably more than happy to find a fight, and they've fallen back towards the site. A lot of time wasted, and well wasted at that.
I'm just thinking about the strategy here from the defense, because it can't be a turtle, because they don't have the denial. There's no Goyo. I mean, you're even playing your smoke in an aggressive position as well, so it's not as though, you know, already he's used 2 toxic babes. Surely a retake has to be on here from D+ somewhere. There has to be a retake, because sitting in sight, you're just going to bury yourself under an avalanche of attackers using that verticality, using their own util. They're going to need to try and get a little bit frisky here. Now, this mirror window could be an issue, because they actually have no way of getting rid of it. That castle barricade stops anyone playing on the vert to shoot his legs. And also, they're out of ranged hard breach. They don't have any Selmas left. Not as though they brought an Asher or a Kali in to deal with it. Mighty's been able to find one. Look at this from Niers. Outrageous, a bit of aggression. Very unlucky not to get the second. Gotti's been able to get that one, but straight away, somebody is retaking that all-important mirror window. So it looks to be that not having anything to deal with that mirror window is going to be the bane of the existence here for PSG Talon.
Yeah, PSG Talon hit a rock in a hard place once again, and oh, the Blackbeard, I think they got a little bit stuck in trouble trying to get the shield deployed there at this point. They've slipped their way in. There's at least one more, but that's all that they'll get as the timer ticks out. A mirror window and a castle barricade stopped everything from happening there, and you saw the aggression from Niers, but fair enough for all of them. They seem to want to lean into the fight. They're making PSG Talon uncomfortable. They're putting the pressure.
Quite aggro, aren't they? They're not just sitting back. You know, they know that bomb site, but I mean that mirror window and that castle combination, that was it. That killed the round dead, and there's nothing there that PSG could really do against that. Realistically, what they should have done is it should have been Blackbeard pushing that mirror window. That's the only way that you can get through that. You know, Blackbeard pushes in, can face check the mirror window, work his way up to get in a position to punch it. Instead, Blackbeard was playing vertical. Why is the Blackbeard on verts over anyone? You know, it just makes no sense the way that PSG actually set their attackers up in that position. I get that they probably wanted him to drop in with the diffuser. I get that on the hatch. But you're never going to be able to drop that hatch if you haven't got access to boiler. And you can't do that unless the Blackbeard gets over there and clears it out for them.
5 seconds to go.
D plus Kia, strong start with these 2 rounds. They've, you know, the first obviously came off one position, but you have to look at the structure of the site itself. Yes, there have been tests of utility. Yes, there have been tests and awareness and anticipation of things like the mirror window and things like these positions, but it's not really been anything that's shaken the core. It doesn't feel like we've ever been close to an objective. At this point, on this site, will it be an opening set of false starts, or can PSG Talon just try and get themselves a little bit more shepherded and angled towards the point and the roll itself? They have the, you know, keen awareness on the verticality. Pet peeve is seeing people just try and send it flat on this site because it doesn't work. You have to get your way in towards the vertical, and that's what they're going to try and opt for now as they rotate around, get the read, get the positions, and get themselves placed up. You're still facing things like the mirror window. You won't be facing Ryder the rest of the round.
As well.
0 and 3, no sense, no Misa. No hope. It's starting to feel like.
Ears is, I mean, I seems to be here, there, and everywhere, isn't it? Involved in engagement every single round. Now that is a good little push there from Gotti, though. Completely catches Nears by surprise. Does square it up. You look at what they've lost. They've lost that Sense, who would have been the operator to get them into the bomb site and obviously cover off the angles to allow that plant, but D+, this is where the aggression now is starting to be adapted to, as PSG have been ready for those fights. Now it's D+ on the back foot for a change. Bullet and Files have to make this happen. They've still got plenty of verticality, and like I mentioned, though, without that Sense, they can't exactly cover off these angles, but they still do have the Capital, who could maybe use the smoke arrows onto the vertical angles and deny the vision for the defenders. And also you've got the 2 smokes anyway from the Thermite, who could just plant inside the zone smoke. That could also happen for him too.
That looks like they want to try and do it underneath that single portion of hard wall, but it can just be watched from above, and they're watching it. Yunsun gets caught by Falls. The shotgun rotated its way around the back. They're more than ready for this, and this is what I mean about trying to force it. Easy to watch, easy to pick up, very little travel needed to get from point to point to watch it. Gotti's going to go for the plant. There's some damage done. They found a pocket, but it's the drop down green, the rotate, it's a post plant. They just have to play this together. Gotti, they're obviously able to get themselves into a great position and net a couple of kills before. They're looking for the vertical fight. There's the flat one that they get themselves out. Swap to the pistol, dropped. And ready either side, bullet. Their time to reload, only 8 bullets in this pistol. They're going to try and get their way out the room. They do. They're off. They're upstairs,
Oh,
Demo.
genius.
It's cat and
Genius.
mouse. They have all of the pings, all of the reveal, and all of the time here, but not a lot of health. That's the play. They're looking for the angle. They go for the drop. They've somehow pulled it together. It doesn't matter if he's out of bullets, because Gotti takes the round.
Fantastic from Gotti. Brilliant decision. Get out of there. Just get out of Dodge. You know he's dropped. I mean, the Warden, he took so long to reload, didn't he? Instead of just playing with the shot. Why would you not play with the shotgun up? Why would you take the time to reload the SMG? That's what gets me. The information would have been called out what HP he's on also. Because he just, his teammate just got killed, didn't he? So the teammate would have been able to say, he's literally 1 HP. Just play with the shotgun at that range. Any bit of damage, any spread, a single pellet would have been enough to finish him off. My, oh my. What a round. I mean, yes, it probably should have been a PSG Talon. They were the team that were ahead in the man advantage, but the finish tells a different story.
They get one in, I mean, a surprising fashion, right? As I said, the first 2 kills went away from them. I said it felt like no hope. And then Gotti does that. takes control, gets themselves in, obviously on towards bottom green, gets the kills to get himself there. There's one. And swung around, gets the second here in this position. I mean, just huge round. And there, the awareness. Not going to play the vertical. There's not, you know, can play the time, can play with the pistol.
Use a bomb.
Surprised to see you outside your lab. Back in the day.
As close as you like.
I can say the same about your studio.
There's a bit of banter between the operators. What's your favorite bit of lore banter?
I'll be honest. I don't think I've heard nowhere near like half of them.
What?
Yeah.
Wow.
I don't hear them in ranked games. I haven't.
You're too locked
I heard
in.
them in ranked games.
You're too locked in.
You have to wait. Is there like a setting where you turn them on or something, or like I've got them turned off?
So.
I don't know.
I don't know.
I just haven't heard them, honestly.
To be fair, we hear them quite rarely because that was maybe the first I've noticed hearing whilst casting. Yeah. The second play day we've cast, 8th match or whatever, so they're not the most common. We talked to you about the approach here last time round, not quite having the multiple options, the multiple routes. They know there's this player on this stair set, and they've wasted one grenade trying to at least get some of the control. I mean, yeah, they're very eager to find fights here, D plus Kia. Doesn't always mean it's the best thing to do. As the spray comes, yeah.
Change of pace, though. It's a mez attack rather than what we've seen previously. So it's all about the util dump and how well you can clear away the player on med stairs and moving in towards bathroom as well. And the smoke across and then Candela, and that allows him to get over towards Mez and try and fight that guy on the staircase who is still going to be there, who is trapped between the fire and also the Deimos. He's gone. So that's a really good pinch. That's what it's all about, is using that util on towards Mez. Now for D+, they've lost that opening engagement, but a minute left and 4 players still alive, and well, this is going to be tough for Levy. That wall beside him is going to get opened up and he's going to be forced to move. Oh, almost gets picked off, but no, it's going to be safe, but only for a short period of time. The Azami concrete barrier gets ripped apart by that Deimos pistol. We know that.
They have everything they need to try and formulate a plant here, apart from the control of the Tachanka, and there's the fire I talked about. It goes just a bit too far. The blinds come through. They cross the divide. Another team kill.
Not again.
Ryder gets falls of 5 versus 2. The Tachanka's still on the board. No C4. They're trying their best to delay and deploy against this plant attempt. There's a spray through, but the smoke covers it, and Soldier's going for the plant. Everybody's in the smoke. But it is PSG that found clarity. Very well structured there. They knew where they needed to be and operate, and they operated it 2-2. They've pulled themselves back level.
It's all about that opening pick, isn't it, on the player on Mez. Formulated it really well, using the Ying, using the Capital, smoking off the door to allow the Ying to run deep over towards Mez, having that Deimos push up with him as well. Everything worked really well in that opening portion of the round, and that's what kind of sets them up for success, because once they get Mez, then they can open up that wall and go for the traditional default plant, because don't forget that plant as well. It's a blind spot plant. The only way you can deny that is going to be with a C4 or your traditional denial operators, such as the Tachanka, which we've seen. Well, D+, dropping the 2 rounds, I think, has maybe the aggression started to pay dividend for them. PSG look as though that they're coping with it really well now, and haven't really looked too hindered. But still a long way to go yet. Only in round number 5. Anyone's game at the moment.
It's been a great return. You know, as I said, when we got into the 3rd round and we saw the first 2 kill, it's like sort of go away from D plus Kia, you worried. You worried that the half was going to start to slip away, that PSG Talon would get more and more locked out, maybe forced to timeout or not. But here they are, on the back of a big clutch. They start to operate better as a team. It helps getting rid of Nears. The player almost aced the opening round, then got 2 kills, has since been shut out twice. For now, they're just seeing if they can try and get a bit more balance. The quick break, cutting those roamers, their routes out in half, hoping to try and find them elsewhere. They have some of the reveal, but I think they maybe just missed. Oh, do they know about Levy? That drone isn't keenly aware on this player's rotation and route. They've sent more roamers up above this time. Mitty's a shoulder away, and Mitty just got caught by a drone. Works in the favor of Levy. More drones coming around, more utility being used. There's no operating on the back of this. They're struggling to find a way in right now, and this is this moment. Soldier finds Nears, though. Again, a huge player in the opening 2 rounds, gone before they can start to operate. There's another engagement. Yunsung finds Mighty. There's everybody falling around Levi. How confident is he that he hasn't been caught? The calls are coming through. Bullets trying to rotate in to help, but no help is coming. A 5 versus 2. And he's being revealed and tracked. There's the catch. Where was this PSG Talon rounds 1 and 2 demo?
A completely different team than what we've seen. And dealing with the aggression. I think the util has been on point as well for PSG, using the operators in the correct positions, using it at the right time. I mean, PSG, by the way, are still reading the script. A lot of the time, teams will just, you know, who wants to kill, but still trying to ram above now. They know where he's going to be. Should be easy pickings for Soldier, and it will be. PSG with a lightning quick round 5, and they now sit pretty at the top. They lead 3 rounds to 2.
Oh, I mean, what a way for this one to come together from how it started to where we're at. There's the strange sort of comparison as well of how PSG Talon get themselves shaped up from the first split and from the first stage, was that they were the 2nd best defensive team across all of the teams in this league. They had the biggest divide, though, between their attack and their defense. They were 40% success on their attack. They were the 3rd worst team for that. So if that is what they've been able to sort of shape up to complement how good their defensive game was last stage, this could be more of a return to a form of a team that, in the wake of not having Fabian, suffered. They struggled. It's the team that at their day, or at their sort of heights a year and a half ago, was taking maps and taking stages and being potentially that team from Korea, that team from APAC North, that team from APAC in general that could have been a top contender. Fortunately drifted away, but maybe teamwork has become the dream work in the off-season. On the other side, still a lot here to play for D plus Kia. They could get themselves another even. Last time this happened to them, they then got towards the other half and locked out the game pretty cleanly at a 7-3. Or there was the last time they played this and they got, what, 2 rounds total. None of them on their attack. Balls finds one. Seemingly the first kill D plus Gear have gotten a long time as the pressure starts to amount and surmount around the top itself. They're ready to bait them in, but they've lost the yin. Still have a lot to try and operate on the back of a push here. But when we complement the approach, we complement the trade game, we complement how well they are operating as a team, now they are missing a piece. Will PSG Talon be as confident? Will they be as clean? As you can see, D plus Kia, they're not messing around. They're retaking ops. They're reasserting their pressure here, Demo.
And using the Azami, obviously in a very strong position. Plenty of tables in that room that you can apply the Kiba barriers to. But not a lot is happening here for PSG. It does seem to be a bit of a standstill. I think they're geared up now to actually go towards the vault side of things. Blackbeard out there along with their operators as well. Just a whole lot of nothing right now for PSG. I just think they know what they want to go for. Trying to push this side of the map, again, it's going to be really difficult for them because we know that the aggressive operators, like your Smoke, for example, will play towards that side. Can easily rotate over and help the team when needed. Actually looks as though they've got the Tachanka in vault rather than the Smoke. So, hey, if Tachanka is going to be, you know, kind of your answer to stopping these shields pushing in from green stairs, then yeah, I guess. But still, nothing happening, Emmy. Like,
yeah.
Like PSG. Do they want to enter the building today? Is that, or they're just gonna sit outside, have a picnic?
Yeah, this was sort of the thing I talked about, right? What happens when they are operating with one less player? Apparently nothing. They're really struggling. Ryder's prepping himself towards top green here. They've got the entrance maybe directly in towards the C4. The blinds come out, but it was already measured and weighed, and the Blackbeard does get downed. So does Ryder. This is the first 2 rounds of PSG Talon again. Unfortunately, as soon as they lost their entry statistic, things were nowhere near as confident. Yeah, I mean, at that point, they knew the second person was coming in to swing anyway. Rough way for it to end.
Worry. Like, massive worry that is what they have succumbed to, is they lose that opening pick, they lose the Ying, and they do not have a clue what to do. Like, that's scary to think about, that a team of this level can't figure that out. You have the 4v5, surely you still just try and force your way in through Mez, even if you don't have the Ying. You've got the Blackbeard still. That's a strong operator to push players out of that position.
Well, 3 flawless rounds for both teams across. Obviously, 2 going to the favor of D+ Kia to start and end that half. Really sort of shows that when things, as you said, when they were tested, unfortunately, they failed the test. PSG Talon. Now it's the other time. Now, as I said, what lessons could have been learned? Have D+ Kia sharpened their attacks themselves? Was it just a missed connection, a bad day at the office? And they were playing in that final game to get first or second seed. Or first or second place, even. Starting down here, in towards the basement, in towards, I guess, a lot of vertical growth here. You assume, yeah, well, the Buck's going to come out. No Ram, none of that. The chance at Ryder pulling something else on the Shkoposh. There's always a possibility. Doesn't mean it's going to happen.
Why are you doing Sean Connery impressions?
I don't know.
I always
it's just
bring
fun.
this up every time.
It's just fun. It's how it's written, isn't it? Like what's it called with the O? Has funky stuff on it. Is it? Does it?
I don't think it. You're thinking is that not like German and Spanish stuff? You do that? I don't think there's anything on that operator. I don't think
it does. The second O has something.
Second O.
Yeah. It has an.
Is that not called like an italic or something?
Yeah, something like that. You and I, when they send the best, right? We're good at things.
Right.
Knowing and understanding the fundamentals of language, I don't think is one of those things.
Speak for yourself. I'm very fluent in Spanish.
Oh yeah.
We've been over this.
Yeah, we have actually. You're right. I take back everything I've said. You are the most well-traveled.
Stand back, Milosh.
Stand back. Sit down. So.
He knows 3 languages. For what?
Yeah, I mean, you can only ever speak one at a time.
Exactly. Foolish.
Pressure on the windows, pressure on the doors, and D+ fishing for pressure more than anything. They're just sort of cutting specific parts away to force those roaming players further and further back. Now, there is still a big roam on the go, but obviously, you know, with a single player on the site itself, and with actually, surprisingly, I was going to say, the Skopos is probably a good one to be able to flank back. They have the shell back, and now they've all flooded back towards the site. A minute 40, and as the pressure starts to come vertically, the Ram gets rolled out. There's obviously none of the sort of setup of that mirror window watching towards it. They felt, I guess, things were getting a bit too close for comfort, as they were already rolling their way through to get some coverage onto the site itself. You're sort of waiting for something at this point, and it's going to be a fire, the Goyo, the delay. You said it before, that's when we had the approach here elsewhere, it wasn't really a delay the plant or a play the utility game that was put forward. Yun Sang made a choice there. I don't think I'll describe it as a good one. With a minute, it hands them that first body. Fire deep on towards the default plant. They've got themselves the ability to just step in and go for the swing. Bullet takes a lot of damage. There's over the top of the shield, and well, they get rid of that, but it's the fight elsewhere. Have they been able to make that kit transition in towards the site itself? The smokes go out, and though goes Misa. Bullet has the cover. They've still got the watch on the verticality. Falls and Mighty get one more apiece. It just leaves Ryder alone. Gets the drop onto one. They're cementing the plant. They know exactly where the player is. They can watch him from above. More than enough angles. More than enough opportunity. And they're a little bit too little, too late. The swing from the left. Well, they will get the kill there, but with 3 players above Demo, I cannot see that going any other way.
He can't even see what he's shooting at. There's just a massive Dokui symbol on the screen. I have to highlight Mighty there. See that play he made pushing into connector? He just had to be brave. Why he swung that as well. He swung as though he was ready to just take somebody's head off, you know, with a pile driver, and got his way in the connector and then just covered the cross. I think I have to highlight that. Again, you need to be brave. See, in big games, I guess, which I think this is a big game. You know, 2 teams who you expect to be in their top end of the leaderboard going up against each other. Yeah, this is what it comes down to. This is where the points really do matter, and D+ not shying away from that fight. It's a really good first attack from them. I mean, on that basement, you can see the util worked really well using strong operators. Look at the sense, the way that was able to cover off the entirety of the bomb site. Yeah, really, really good stuff from D+. Good fundamentals. Good attack. Good stuff. PSG not wanting to go back downstairs nor go for the top floor. Instead, they will go for the mid-floor bomb site, which typically teams only go here if they have to go here. But they have they've deliberately chosen this.
Yeah, I do sit here and wonder why. I think it, you know, maybe they're trying to sort of play with the anticipation game. Maybe they have some pocket plays that they want to rumble. Maybe they want to sort of say, look, if we put them on the sites that they've rehearsed attacking more, like the top floor, they'll know it better. They'll be more driven behind it. There's always those choices that come together, but ultimately the standards are strong because they're strong, right? And you can pull yourself in. There, it was a good take from D+ Kia. They had themselves the verticality before, and they were so cemented about it. And as soon as they got that body advantage, and they were sort of gifted it from that vertical position, there wasn't anything really to counter it. What? Wow, what a way to go. What a way to lose your ace.
That's gonna make things a little bit difficult now. Not having that operator to get some of these walls opened up. And I think because now that they know they've got rid of the ace, they're actually going to start reinforcing some of these walls up also. See now that the R6 room is really starting to get bunkered up. Oh, Nears has went just for a solo swing. He's found 2 of them looking at him. Yeah, he gets taken out. In PSG. I mean, this must be weird to play against because I don't think PSG really know what's next. Where are they coming from next?
No.
There's the last Thermite charge as well being used, and at least they get 1, but this is a messy start of a round for D+.
Watch from the verticality. They're inside the site, and I'm just curious why D+ have made some of the decisions on the back. We sort of said it before, as Levi takes a lot of damage. Misa as well. They have a minute 10. There's so much time here, and they've entirely vacated the verticality. They might be playing for the retake of the retake of the retake, or sort of saying, look, if you have to drop, we can have 2 guns watched on every major route in towards this. It is theirs. But they know at some point they've got to plant it. And they know at some point to do that, they've got to not have the vertical. So what they could do is try and go for a retake if they wanted, the 4 players on the top, or let them both fall down and then go for the close down. Seems like that's the option. Now they have the impression that they're moving their way back in. There's a steady clear through. Didn't quite see the rotate either side of a pillar. There's at least 1 back, but the reveal of where the thermite is with 30 seconds. They've retaken the vertical. Not impossible. We've had clutches on this site even today. Very tricky to do. PSG Talon. Log that one out.
Pretty good. Pretty good from PSG just to stabilize whenever a lot of chaotic stuff was kind of being thrown their way. Just with that aggression from D+ that we've seen a few times in that round. But yeah, dealt with it. Been able to clean it up. 4-4. I mean, it's a good game so far. Really tough to call where a lot of these rounds are going to go. Overall, from the past 2 rounds that we've seen, certainly, you know, D+, they can almost lean into 2 playstyles if they want to do. That first round was pretty traditional Siege, using util well, plant-orientated. That last round just felt a little bit more, let's see if we can get some quick and easy kills, and that just has not worked for them. So I think for D+, get back to kind of the slow and methodical, you know, takes. That was working well for them in that first attack.
10 seconds left.
There's an element of it as well, as you know, we talked about what was round 6, where PSG Talon lost that opening kill and then didn't know what to do. They just like shut down, they struggled, they couldn't find a way in the building until about 30 seconds left, and then it was the wrong way multiple times. It was almost the opposite response there from D+ Kia, of they lost somebody early on that was an ace that was part of this. They just started sending it. And again, not the most appropriate response it would turn out. Especially, yeah, Nears had a great opener. It's almost been like, it's like they're trying to live in the glory years time and time again. You need confidence, fine. But in situations like that, where you're the Ash, you're swinging around with the kit, you reveal the kit on the door so they can now watch that from 2 different angles, and the first player, unfortunately, had to try and go and get it recollected, got caught. It's a mistaked moment there, but yeah, attention on towards Ops. They've got themselves spread out. They're getting the pressure here quick, maybe. On towards Skybridge in a second. As this gets cut through on towards the top floor, as the Skybridge pressure.
Taking that Skybridge. No issues at all for a Blackbeard. Can face check those corners. I do like the addition here of the buck below. I think that is certainly a good avenue of just putting pressure onto those players. Like I mentioned before, whenever you think about this attack that kind of stems from pushing in from Sky over in towards Vault, the main thing is having, you know, that pressure being applied to those defenders who could be in those tricky positions. You think about what PSG struggled with. Whoa. Whenever they were attacking this, it was exactly this scenario. It was in towards the Vault. I think if you get a buck below to actually put pressure onto those players, that will make life a lot easier. They have lost the ace, and also they've lost the Blackbeard. He just put his shield on his back and then died with the C4. What's going on? Hello, D+. What's that all about?
Ryder gets a triple. The Asami gets a deagle for his 4th. What is occurring here? 5 to 4.
I'm so confused.
PSG Talon screamed their way back in, and it's like, I don't know, attack is a struggle on this map, apparently. They're trying to make stuff stick here, D+ Kia. They're trying to pull these strategies together. I think PSG Talon equally confused. Zami ban makes sense. The timeout makes sense.
Oh, it's a weird kind of round, isn't it, to really digest, because it just felt as though that something bad happened, and then everyone from D+ thought, oh, don't worry, I'll get 2 kills back to make up for it, and they all just die. Not the greatest. Let's hope this timeout is going to be good for them to get themselves back on track, but right now PSG bruising right now on the defense. Nobody has really, I would say, dropped massive numbers yet. I think the highest kills we've got is 9, so that's 9 kills in 9 rounds. Nothing stupid. So it is a fairly close game just in terms of everyone's having something to say. It's not just one person running the show for their team. It's a bit of everyone involved.
Attackers need to locate and defuse bombs.
At this point, will the timeout be enough to make things sort of come together? Obviously, this approach, this attack, very, very well put together from D+ Kia. The last time we were here, the timeout almost gives, I guess, you know, stuff for them to talk about in terms of how they can work things on other sites, but it's sort of a don't break, let's not change things here. It gave
Yeah,
PSG talent times to talk about this. They've opted to move away from the castle. They've obviously not got the keybers to try and go for aggressive retakes. They're not going to try and look into aggression. Not playing that mirror window, not playing the verticality, still opening stuff up on the rotate with the open hatches and positions already put together by Gotti. Still need to operate. Last time they had this roam and then gave the ground up and then got anyway. They left around the 1 minute 40 mark off the top of my head. It needs to be some sort of contest put against D plus Kia this round.
Pushing in from downstairs, so maybe a horizontal take could be here for D+, but again, I mean, you're bringing in the Ram and the Buck, so surely vertical also would be the preferred option for them, but whenever there is a scope as you maybe have to try and deal with, then that'll make things difficult, but it's not as though they can't deal with the roamers. They have the Daimless, for goodness sake, but very strange approach just based on the lineup here for D+, a horizontal across. This could end in tears, and the reason why I think sometimes the horizontal takes don't work as well is you're essentially limiting yourself from 2 ways in, and both of them are mostly just doorways. You've got the door into lab, and then the door in towards weapons as well. So that's all you can really play off. Both of them are going to be held. You know, should be held anyway. If you can get yourself in, you do have a little bit of a blind spot plan if you get in behind that desk, but easier said than done. Well, I have now rotated up above, which I think is good to see. I think this is the correct call, is to apply that vertical pressure. You need to try and move the defenders out of lab as quick as you can, but I don't know, it just feels as though if something goes wrong here for D+, that could be the round done and dusted. This is a very high-risk, high-reward strategy. You don't have to do as much work. You don't have to take full map control. You just have to take a little bit, but if things go wrong, then you have the map control to fall back into.
Well, there's the first. Misa is caught out there. Gotti and Yunsung are doing great health-wise, and there's 2 more to follow. Leaves just Ryder and Gotti. Now, Ryder's gone for a roam. Swapped shells, moved on to the second one, and now does get Nears, does get that vertical, but the trade out below means it's a 1 versus 3. They drop down, retake some control, get 1. 20 seconds, a 1 versus 2. Now Levi's tucked himself right in the corner by the kit. You've got to swing deep. He's waiting for his teammate. He's got precious seconds left. Cannot be a 1 versus 1 engagement. Skopos had a choice either side, but can't connect it in time. D plus Kia just get the round in the end, but the Skopos almost a huge clutch.
That was good from the Ace and the Ram. Just wait until your teammate's with you. Go for the plant. Ram can cover both angles, can cover that rotate being the primary one, because that is, of course, where the player planting the diffuser is right beside. Yeah, it's a good round from D+. Like I said, going horizontal is risky. If one thing goes wrong, then you don't have a lot to play off, but I think PSG didn't do enough to go aggro down the roam. All they had was like just the 1 Skopos. Everyone else just sat in sight. Not really doing much.
Yeah.
You need to get out there and stretch your leg.
Yeah. It was like, I mean, everything I sort of said about it as well was they had the stretcher legs set up. They had the exploration angle set up, the roam and the flank and the chance coming back in, and then they just didn't feel confident enough to do it. The Skopos is great, fine. If it goes undeterred, swap to the shell and got a couple of kills, but that was it. That was it. For everything that you sort of gave up and dedicated, and regardless of how teams approach that, unless it's a true smash and grab, there is still vertical requirements and prerequisites for it. 5 apiece. Still being stretched all the distance at this point.
Yep.
Pretty even game as well. Yes, Ryder is a little bit further ahead of the rest of the pack. The only one on double digits. Make up for Soldier and Yunsung, who are unfortunately falling a little bit behind. But it's both teams operating as teams, right? The kill game isn't always the be-all and end-all, as long as they can sort of make things hit and sit. And remember how this fell apart last time. It was an unlucky loss of their ace immediately. Now, They're not going to mess around with the hard breach. Get it done, get the Thatcher, get it opened, and then get themselves rotated elsewhere. Let PSG Talon be the ones to make mistakes. Let's pull this back to fundamentals.
And the tension in this game is building up massively here. These rounds just so back and forth, can't call where it's going to go. If we dive into what the defenders have in store for the attackers, it's again that traditional top floor hold that we see time and time again. And a lot of the time it just comes down to how well you can kind of irritate those players on those vertical lines. You know, we've seen before that teams have just tried to flash and smoke the way through. And Fowls, you're also in front of Verts, mate. You also need to be careful going for that swing. Keep in mind. I know Gotti's in a bad position, but still, the Thermite with the diffuser, he cannot expose himself. He needs to stay alive.
Using the Flores drones to try and force out. There's a lot of focus here onto Gotti. It gives room for the other PSG Talon players to rotate around and find new positions, which they've done. There's now pressure on the player Mighty outside the breach itself. So at this point, D plus Kia, they've got a choice to make. As I said, I don't like it when teams just try and throw themselves into the mid floor in this plant without dealing with the vertical. It's so risky, it's so dangerous, and it can work, but it so rarely does. And D plus Kia, the longer they sit, the more this works into PSG Talon's favor. There's one, though. Ryder caught, just drifting across. They move their way in, and, well, there's a bit of revenge. They've got to read it towards it, but Falls is inside the site, and there gets bullet on towards Misa. They flooded Demo. Gifted on the first, and then a bit of miscommunication on the second. There's one. It stops the plant for a second. But they know that everything is watched. The pings on the players continual 20 seconds. They've left the site. Falls is going to go for the plant and the secure. They're watching the verticality. They're crossing their own. They stop the kit. A 1 versus 2. But look at the health. They have to try and make this stick. They can't.
No way.
Get Soldier. I think 4 players died from that vertical angle. Through the gridlock as well. Why not?
Oh my. I mean, I wouldn't say D+ has done a fantastic job at distracting the players on the vert. We've seen teams such as G2 exploit the drone hole that is right beside those players in the vert, you know, flashing them out, whatever it is you need to do just to irritate them, stop them from holding those angles. The way that D+ have went about it is just kill them. Just, you know, if they can see us, we can see them. Isn't that how that works? You know, that's the logic behind it. And Nears especially just killed everything that's been on the verge. You know, there's one. We're going to see the second here in a minute as well. There you go, another one. And then, there we go, the last kill as well. I mean, just, it makes no sense how that round's been played out, but, hey, yo, that's how it goes. But, wow, D+, they're now back in form. They're back in the lead. 6-5.
10 seconds left.
Frustratingly close, though, right? There wasn't a distance. As I said, I still agree with the fact that you shouldn't just send it. They got the 1 kill on the reverse vertical, fine. And then pushed him behind it. That's a good play, but it still got close because they didn't have the vertical. They still had to leave the site because they didn't have the vertical. And it was still ultimately ended in a 1 versus 2. But of the 2, they were shooting through their other teammate to get that kill. That could have gone so wrong. I don't know. 6-5. They just need 1 more. Guaranteed themselves at least an OT. Could be our 3rd of the day.
Oh, don't say it.
It puts the league in a weird position immediately, though.
Yeah.
Where only one team, the team to beat, is the only one on clean points.
I was going to say, if it goes to OT, then FearX will be top of the table. That's guaranteed at the end of the play day. They're the only ones who had the clean win.
Just on round difference.
Yeah.
Like, but the difference would be astronomical.
You get that extra point, yeah.
Free extra point, 3 + 6 round difference for any considerations moved going forward. Because everybody else, even if they win, they'll win at margins of 1 round. 2 rounds at best.
Reload.
So here, now PSG. Got to try and hold on. They fought back from a very rough start. The pressure starts across the side of Ops. nothing has
Feels
really
default, doesn't it?
been the op yet. PSG, they're hands off, right?
It just feels as though that PSG have just gave so much map control here now.
Yeah.
Like, look at where they are. They can just walk in and plant.
They're already doing that. They're trying to, and the only one really paying attention, yeah, you're long-arming some Tachanka pellets on towards the default plant. It will force the players back, but the minute 10. And a misthrown C4 gets picked up. Levi does find Yunsang. That is that Blackbeard proving that it can be utilized well. Unfortunately, against the player who couldn't quite make it stick. There's the breach happening around, getting themselves a little bit extra space and wiggle room to try and get this kit down against the lined up Tachankas. The pressure either side falls. What are you doing apart from taking all the damage? Gets one, gets traded, gets double.
No
Ryder
way.
sets himself in, but it's still a 3 versus 3 with a Blackbeard to contend with a Deimos. Spiraling around the corner. Wants to fight behind the desk. How aware are they? They're sort of trying to bait it out at this point, but Ryder needs to reload. He's only got 8 bullets in that SMG. He's hoping he's unknown. Hoping the cover comes through, but it doesn't. There's the catch. There's the revenge, and there's still a Tachanka. Long-arming the fire and moving their way round. That is all that they're trying to contend with at this point. And there's the track on the players. They know the second they go for these motions, trying to fight their way out the back door, can't. The plant is being secured. Soldier gets one. Goes for the swing round onto the Deimos. They need to try and stop this plant. They just need to hit that door either side, but they can't make it in time. The Blackbeard gets one, gets two, and D plus Kia get the difference, get the distance, and get themselves the 3 points.
Oh, that is so close to being a disaster as well for D+. Tachanka right beside the player going for the plant, but he was just so concerned about the Deimos, who honestly, I thought the Deimos was almost losing his composure there, wasn't he? All he had to do was cover the plant. He just started missing shots. He starts rolling around on the floor. Oh, could have easily been a disaster, but yeah, PSG, I don't know why they have allowed so much time and map control over the D+ in that final round. Yeah, you see, they started going for the plant Emmy with half the round still to go. They had so much time to burn away the smokes, C4s, Tachanka, everything. They could just take their time with it.
Oh, locked in, back and forth. And they get themselves it, all the distance, 3 points, but with only a round separating them. PSG Talon couldn't quite push it over the edge. They were so close, time and time again. But unfortunately, the import roster, just a bit too much for them to try and play and handle against here. At this point, it leaves the table with 2 technical front runners and 2 sort of partial point rounds and games. Again, there, like if that had 1 kill had gone the other way.
Close rounds.
And it endlessly close rounds.
Oh, honestly, what a great game of Siege though. Like overall, if you think about both of these teams, these are teams that we expect to be at the top. I don't think either team played bad. I think both teams played very, very good. It was a very good, high-quality game of Lair that we've seen. It really came down to fine margins. I think it came down to just general decision-making. You know, I think I'm probably more critical of PSG because on their defense, I think they made a few more strategical mistakes. Like, for example, on their basement defense, not looking to retake, just sat on their hands, waiting to die. Even look at that last round, giving away so much map control. I think just little things that they could have done to really fluster D+, they just didn't do. They gave D+, I think, way too much. And D+, at times, whenever they were up against good holds from PSG Talon, whenever they were upstairs, D+ didn't look as though they were the greatest team at clearing out roamers or clearing out off-site positions. So I do think, strategically wise, PSG probably could have been better today.
Well, let's see how everybody did today. We'll have a quick look at the results from everybody's games throughout the play that we have had, opening with 2 OTs, 1 absolute sort of sided sweep, and then another almost all the way game. PSG Talon fought bitterly and viciously and tried to pull it back, but as you said, tactically they just were a little bit off pace. 2 people, or 2 teams even, get themselves the full 3 points, and then CAG and Scars will have to make do with 2, but it does give us almost 4 different steps on the stairs to success throughout this league themselves. How we sort of bring ourselves out towards the end of the day. Which of these, I guess, is the big surprise? We have a look. There it is, clear with the 6 round difference, but I mean, as evenly spread as you like.
Oh, no surprise that the number 1 team and the number 2 team from last stage are also currently number 1 and number 2. Sometimes history does repeat itself.
Yeah, I mean, we always knew that they were going to be the 2 to chase, right? We always knew FearX were going to be that strong team, regardless of how everything else was shaping up. They are that strong team. We know that the import roster is from a strong region, is a strong team, and was a contender last time round. It's still up to the others to try and push, to try and pace, to try and take the lessons learned today. And I think PSG Talon, unfortunately, they had the rough road of going first, but it's a long road with still many steps left to go, Demo. However, that's all from you and I today. Any parting words of wisdom you want to give the viewers?
No, just APAC North never change, because the first two games were something. I'll put it that way.
Yeah, that's definitely a way. Thank you to Observer, Spartan, for taking us through it all, and our wonderful production team. That is all from us today. We will be back very soon. Stay tuned for more.
Emerald blue
drop the diffuser.
I've been thinking about you, boy.